This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey y'all, so good to see you on this Tuesday. I do have something to share with y'all real quick. Hey, Chrissa Marie, Southern Cats, Amanda, Ever Love Me, Mad Monkey, Brenda, my lovely Cara, Anders, Cozy, Tony, Allie, Brenda, Rubber, Pointer Lover, Fawny, Tish, Hannah UK, Janet, Bad Girl, Heathen, good to see you. Jedi Wookie, I like that. Good to see you. Miss Sarah, Kimmy C123. Good to see all of y'all. I saw Princess Pillow in here. Bogart, good to see you. Moth's Mommy and Sally, good to see you. Rebecca, all of the people in here. It's so good to see you guys today. Oh, thank you, Tish. I worked on it my whole life. Okay, I was going through my email because I wanted to email Abellis, I've got a video uploading, hey Claudia, off of my phone right now, and I was going to try to email Abellis, and when I went to go email Abellis, I did find this email from Amanda, who just gifted 5 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so very much. I can't tell who they went to right now because my phone is currently exporting another jail call. But if you were gifted from Amanda and you are aware you were gifted, please tell her thank you, and I will grab the credit. Clicked it too soon and pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so very much, Amanda. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. You are the best. Thank you. Hey, Queen Olive. Good to see you. So as I was checking my email, I did find this from Amanda because we were talking about the medications Maddie was on yesterday. And so let's talk about that real quick. Pointer Lover has been a member for a month. What a wonderful milestone. Thank you for sharing that with us. All the smiles and hearts and rainbows. I love it. Hey, Sarah Lee. Good to see you. Amanda said this was in the documents. In an earlier email, I showed the math. She wasn't even taking her meds. Yeah, I saw some of the pictures, and it stated that they needed to be refilled in, like, I think December, and it was already February. Hey, Sylvia, or Sylvie. So yeah, she obviously wasn't taking her meds, but if they were abusing her Adderall, I would think that that would have been filled in December too. I'm not sure. So she's on the Adderall. I don't know if y'all can see that. Like, I try to make it big. Hopefully y'all can see it. So it says the following information was collected from the bottles and provided to Detective Mark Morris for his review. Bottle 1 medication is dextroamphetamine 5 milligram tablet. Take 1 per day. And it was dispensed on December 14th. And if you take 1 per day, and she was given 30 on December 14th, and then January 14th, she should have needed a refill. There was 25 of those still in there. Bottle 2 is Adderall extended release 20 milligram capsules. Take 1 per day. That was filled on November 16th. There was 30 dispensed and there was 28 remaining. So, I mean, that should have been refilled when these were refilled in December 16th. That should have been refilled, and there was still 28 in there. And then medication number 3 is the other one for the basically prescription Benadryl for anxiety. There was 60 dispensed with the instructions to take 2 per day, and they were dispensed on December 14th, and there were still 28 remaining. So by that, if she had been taking 2 per day, those also should have been refilled on January. Scratch the paint. Good to see you. She's on 2 Adderall and hydroxyzine. So I was going to see what Dextromp is, but it says amphetamine. So yeah, this child was on 25 milligrams of amphetamine, basically, and then 25 milligrams of something to help her sleep. Like, that's insane. Yep, the XR is extended release. I don't know. That's a lot of amphetamine to be on, in my opinion. Sarah Lee said, yeah, I think dextromethorphan only comes in tablet form, so it would be immediate release. Right. But what this does tell me, considering that, these should have been filled, this one should have been filled in January, and not only was it not filled in January, but as of February 25th, there was 25 left in the bottle, and the Adderall should have been refilled on December 16th, and not only was it not refilled until after February, but there was 28 in there. I hate to break it to y'all, but that tells me that nobody was abusing this medication, because if they were abusing her medication, they would be refilling it on the exact date that it's supposed to be. There would be the exact amount that's supposed to be in there, or possibly less. It is upsetting to know that Maddie was on that much medication, but it looks to me like Jen and Stephan might not have been abusing those medications in particular. Maybe new doc, but I mean, I would still think there was like 25 or 28 left in there. There wouldn't have been anything left if they were abusing them. And I mean, I'm telling y'all from somebody who used to abuse medication. Like, when I got my meds, the ones that I was abusing, on the day they were supposed to be filled, they were filled. If not 3 days earlier, because you can get them 3 days earlier, and there would have been the number that was supposed to be in there or less. Hey, Mrs. O. Yeah, they weren't selling them, or maybe, I mean, I guess if you really wanted to reach, you could say maybe they were saving up until they had enough to like make a big sale, but I honestly don't see that happening. Honestly, that's just my opinion, though, my speculation and my opinion. So we're going to listen to, excuse me. Well, I know this one is real pertinent. So we're going to listen to this jail call right here. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, and we're going to see. So these jail calls, and the one that I'm uploading is real important too. These jail calls happen between May and June of 2024. Okay. A little while after he got locked up. And I want to know, we're listening to Deborah Stearns talk to her son in a comfortable environment. She's not aware she's aware they're being recorded, but she's not aware that they're going to be released. This is how they conversate on a daily basis. This is how they would have talked to each other, when they were at home. It's all normal the way they're talking. And we're going to see this. We know for a fact this is how she was, relaxed, speaking to her child normally, how they usually talk between May and June. And then we're going to jump ahead to September of 2024 or 2025. No, it would have been 2024. I apologize. I don't know where my brain is at this morning. So we're going to jump ahead into September and see what her state of mind was then and what she was saying about everything then. I will be playing a video from Hidden True Crime. She gave me permission to play it before. Hopefully she doesn't get mad if I tear them apart. I hope she won't. So when we play that video, I will drop her links. Fawny said Adderall is not strong for what the milligram is. Don't be misled by how little the milligram is on things like that, like fentanyl. Yeah, fentanyl, it's no joke. Our pills get refilled 2 days before because insurance, and they are a lot, so rare to have leftovers. Right. I don't think they were abusing it. Sally said so she wasn't taking it at all, even though they said she made sure to take her medicine before bed. Exactly right. Yes, ma'am. Exactly right. Hey, JPL. What the world? Mac Daddy out there making some kind of weird noise. Hey, JPL, good to see you. Amanda said, and thank you, AS. I've been bugged by the med thing for a week. Oh, well, I'm glad that we could discuss it. Like how acetaminophen is like, what, 100 milligrams pill doesn't automatically equal higher strength. Yeah, it's strong, but it's not that much, I guess. Were those medically really prescribed? Yes, Mela. Those were medically prescribed to her. Yes. He is outside the window. I have to agree. These being in the bottle tells me they were not abusing them. They would have been gone. Exactly. Now, that doesn't mean they're not abusing other medications, but I'm telling you, as someone who used to abuse medication, it wouldn't look like that. Hey, Amanda. Yes, Sarah, that is, we call him Mac Daddy. I'll show you. That is Mac Daddy. And I did get some pictures of the goats this morning, but I didn't like them. So I'm going to try to get a video when I go down there to milk the female tonight. Yeah, his feet. I got to post pictures. She just got a bunch of new babies and I got pictures of me holding them. I'll have to post them for y'all. All right, so let's get into this. I don't think we need to hear the United States of America and all that. We'll go right here.
Hey, you called and the phone just flashed a call coming in and then it just hung up.
Oh, weird. Okay. Yeah, I figured I'd try Mom after I tried you 3 times, so.
Yeah.
Oh, how you guys doing?
Where are you? What are you up to?
Not much. I got a late start at calling you this evening, so I'm probably only going to get the 1 call.
Oh, where have you been all week?
Well, I mean, I've been here, you know, so.
I know that, but taking all week, all you could get access to the phone?
I've been mostly sleeping the days and nights away. I've been feeling so tired lately.
Cara said, Mac Daddy is just letting everyone know that justice for Maddie is on the horizon. I love that. Anders, it's very possible that they abused benzos. But, I mean, even at that, like, okay, if you got Adderall and that is a drug that is abused on the street, right? Like, at some point, you would start trading Adderall for your benzos, right? Like, I used to live a very different kind of lifestyle, and thank God I got saved from all that. But I used to get Valiums and Klonopin, okay? And I would trade my Valium and Klonopin for oxycodone, like they called them the blues, their little 30 milligram. And then there was blue ones and there was green ones. One was 30, one was 60. And I used to get my prescription for Klonopin and Valium once a month, and I would trade it immediately for Percocets. So I have to question that too, because at some point in their abuse or substance use, it would have said, the question would have arisen that, hey, they would have started trading the Adderall for the benzos, in my opinion. That's how it usually goes. So I don't know. Maybe they weren't there. Maybe they weren't abusing it that bad. Again, like I always say, I was not there. I do not know. I did not see. But coming from a former addict's perspective, I would see that. I don't know.
Okay.
What's that?
I said, okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Maddie. Mercedes, that's the one that I'm uploading now, and we got a lot to talk about in that call. We're going to talk about that call tomorrow because there's a lot I want to say.
How are you guys holding up?
Okay, same old.
Well, no, we're balls to the wall getting ready because she's having 8 puppies.
Oh, wow, okay. Wow, that is,
If we write you a note, can you come over and help?
What's that?
If we write you a note, can you come over and help?
Oh, that'd be great, right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. He's not in kindergarten. Fonnie, thank you so much for the support. Fonnie said, you're perfectly imperfect like the rest of us. Oh, that was such a sweet way to put it. I love that. Perfectly imperfect. Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you. AS, you forgot Stephan started to use Telegram in the dark web. You'd be amazed what you can find in those places. Yeah, that makes sense. Maybe they were doing stuff that way. I would be amazed because I've never messed with that stuff.
Yeah. For a while back, some of the nurses or officers were talking to each other like, let's just take the day off today. And I was like, yeah, that's a great idea. You know what, guys? Let's all just take the day off today and come back tomorrow.
That'd be a great idea, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
They save so much money if they just put everybody on ankle bracelets and let them go home.
Well, that would be counterproductive because they want people to suffer.
So you're going to suffer enough once you go to prison, but if you're just in jail waiting trial, I don't know why you can't be on an ankle bracelet and come home.
Because suffer.
Suffer. Okay. So we suffer too. We suffer right along with you.
Yeah. If I went home, that'd be, too tempting for me to do something and not go to trial, probably.
So she's wanting him to come home, and saying that, well, we're suffering too because you're not here. It's all about, it's all about her wants, her needs, and how he shouldn't be there, and she's suffering because he's not there when they're about to have puppies. Okay, this is Deborah Stearns. We're suffering because you're there. I don't understand why you can't be on an ankle monitor and be let out, even though you committed this horrific abuse of this child for so long. Hio Sandra, if you are here and you are listening, yeah, I wish I had the violin music. I sent you an email that you're going to want to look at as soon as possible because I got your information back. Cozy said he talks like he's an innocent angel who is suffering because people just want him to suffer. Exactly. That is the point we're trying to make. And I did drop the link. I can't pin it because my video's on 64%. After that, I'll be able to access the live. But that's really something we need to take note of in listening to this call. He talks like he's an innocent angel who is suffering because people just want him to suffer. And she is backing it up 100%. Thank you, Pink Banjo. Abellis, I have went in my emails and tried to email you about 3 times to tell you I hope you're okay and we missed you, and just praying that you're okay because I know you had a lot going on, and I wanted you to know that. And I will email you after today's live. I've been trying to get videos out and things, but I did want you to know I was going to email you.
They want to make sure that they have their eyes on me at all times.
Well, then why is it in a bracelet?
But it's like,
well, then why isn't Jen in a bracelet? My golden child in jail. Why isn't Jen?
Waste too much energy having any sort of grudge or hurt feelings against her. She's suffering too in her own way. So.
Not as much as you are, sweetheart.
Well, she lost her daughter.
Yeah.
Her whole world was turned upside down too.
And you lost, a wonderful person that you love too.
Yep. That's right. Everyone's world got turned upside down.
And you lost a wonderful person that you love too. Not even going to talk about the abuse. That's not love. That's abuse, Deb. But no, not her son. Jen lost her daughter. You're in jail. You're suffering more, and you lost somebody that you love too. Now, I am not standing up for Jen because that woman's got a lot of things that she needs to answer for. But again, it's, well, if you're suffering, Jen needs to be there too. What, you're not my golden child. You lost somebody you cared about too. Princess Pillow said, would Deb honestly prefer if standard procedure was let people go home on ankle bracelet while pending first-degree murder charges? Yes, exactly. All of these things are going to be important. That's what we want to point out. Hey, Genevieve. Hey, Lil Red. Good to see you. I saw that you shared my video. That was so very sweet of you. Thank you. This tragedy is all his fault. Yeah, it's very infuriating. And you lost a wonderful person that you loved. Yep, that's what she said, jeepers. Again, take note of how delusional, in my opinion, she is. Hey, Fisher Blue. If they send him everything he wants in prison, the other prisoners will not like it. They can have TVs, bedding, clothing, and even rugs. I didn't know that. Jen said, these parents remind me of Brian Laundrie's parents. I agree. And like Anders said, he didn't love her. He saw her as his property. Exactly.
Turned down by this. No one is having a good time here. Just remember that,
Has she tried to call you, or have you called her?
No. In fact, I'm under a strict no contact order during at least the trial. I'm not legally not supposed to contact her at all.
Okay.
I think that's pretty much standard operating procedure.
Okay.
And I'm almost kind of glad you guys aren't able to visit me or haven't come to visit me, because I feel like if you were to see my face, you guys would be a lot more concerned.
Why? Did somebody beat you up?
No, it's hard to get beat up in isolation, but I am very thin and my eyes are sunken in and I've got dark circles under my eyes, and I'm
There's that lid y'all were asking for earlier. Jedi Wookiee said, putting on the speculation hat, what if Jen Soto actually did the deed, walked in and saw quote unquote love, and jealousy took over because everything on his phone, she manipulated him to taking the fall. That's what his parents think happened, and that's what he's been portraying it as. And he's been portraying it as an accident, and he keeps trying to cover for Jen, saying that he's the chivalrous one for not letting her take the fall, and his parents are like, you need to hold Jen accountable 100%. Oh, Lil Red said, I put your channel in my Nightbot to drop it on my live shows and made a second channel that is all call-in. That was so very sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Hey, Kathy. I think Deb groomed Stephan, and that's why he is like this. Deb had a lot to do with why Stephan is the way he is. And like Mrs. O said, Deb is definitely out of touch.
I look like hell.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's just very drawn and sort of emaciated looking. Even the social workers said, they came and visited me on Monday, and they said, it looks like I'd lost some more weight. So I have no idea how much I weigh now, but I can see myself getting thinner.
Hey, Basil.
How the fun's holding up?
Well, I saw that you put $30 in there the last Friday that we talked. I hadn't made any orders since then, though. So I just got the off today and saw that.
That is a really important Mercedes. His parents are the most two-faced people in the world, all sweet and parental when talking to him, and to the cops, he's an SOB, and did we ever really know him? Exactly. Now, remember, Chris said those things. Today, we're going to talk about, I want to look mainly into Deborah, because Chris seems to be fed up at this point. Chris seems to be not paying him much attention, like kind of avoiding the subject, blaming the one-arm man, things like that. He seems to be kind of over Stephan's bullshit, but Deb is living in fantasy land.
So as of today, there was $16 left, but I did need to make an order. So actually, if you get a chance, I need to drop about $50 or so in there if you can.
All right.
I ordered a buttload more coffee, a few more hard candies, some squeeze of saltines, but I need to get some hygiene items as well. So I got some dandruff shampoo and some washcloths.
Okay.
Yep, and when we get done listening to this call, we're going to talk about that. As Anders said, in Hidden True Crime, his parents said that Stephan was guilty of everything he was accused of. So how are we going from this bullshit to that?
Did you get the books yet?
No. To that effect, Dad, were you ever able to follow up with the people at the mailroom and find out what's going on?
Yeah, we found out that the address that was given us is the wrong address, and so now we have the correct address, and so now we're trying to chase down where the order is so that we can
Hey, Boober.
Get those books returned and order new books for you.
Really? Damn, what the hell? It was in the inmate handbook. I guess I need to update this stupid inmate handbook. So what, do you have to send the books to this actual address here at the jail?
Yep.
Wonderful.
And they had already returned the Cotta book. So I guess whoever at the other part of the Osceola.
No. I remember we double ordered the books.
Yep.
That was the last book I returned.
Oh, okay.
Because I took it to Staples, and then it's, oh no, this isn't us.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha. Never mind.
Okay, so I guess
disregard that.
Once you get the book sent to this address, they should get through then.
Yes.
I agree, man.
Okay, well, I guess it's a good thing we figured that out, I guess. I don't know why they haven't updated this stupid handbook.
Me either.
It's pretty really silly. They're handing everybody this thing and it's got the wrong information.
So I found a file folder that had your operative report from Irvine when they did your kidney, so we're sending that to your attorney.
Okay.
Sarasota Hospital, I still don't have anything on, but apparently.
We've been talking about the 3 belly buttons, the gastric bypass. I'm wondering now if that's from his kidney surgery, maybe, because I've had a lot of people talk about that in the comment section and things like that. Maybe he didn't have gastric bypass. Maybe he had a kidney surgery and they went in right there. Since we're trying to figure it out, and they're like, oh, you know, he didn't have that. And talking about whatever the hell that was. Yeah, comic books at age 37. That tells you everything you need to know right there, pointer lover. I know I'm getting my calls confused, but in one Chris is pushing on him, we didn't call him, and that he could have helped to do everything differently. In my mind, he's referring to how Madeline died. He is Mercedes, and that's the one that I'm working on getting out right now, and we're going to talk about that tomorrow. I really want to spend a whole day talking about that phone call and pulling stuff to go with it, files and things and documents, because that phone call is infuriating.
Since there was a lawsuit and it was finished, we can go through or Rebecca or somebody can go through the Sarasota County Clerk's office to get that complete transcript of that.
Okay.
So they need to jump on that and do that. But I've got this operative report here that you were going to you were looking at the Navy.
Yeah.
Yes, very good.
So I'm going to send that, and I found your original high school diploma.
Oh, cool.
And your original birth certificates, and we now have 3 here at the house for you.
Oh, well, it's good to have spares.
I just made the deposit for you.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I got some more root beer barrels in that order, some Starlight Mints, and I also ordered some butterscotch discs just to change it up a little bit too.
Oh, I love butterscotch.
Yeah, I figured the old man candies are probably the ones that don't sell out the fastest.
Old man candies?
Yeah, the root beer barrels, butterscotch, the mint,
Hey, Lulu.
What sells out the fastest?
What's that?
What sells out the fastest?
Jolly Ranchers, sour fruit balls,
okay.
things like that.
Gotcha.
Of course, I order for the sour fruit balls just in case they're actually back in stock. I'd like to try them out at some point.
Blue Sapphire says, parents already acknowledge their son's guilt and lifelong pig behavior. They're just trying to clean up their own failed parenting reputation. I agree 100% with that. Their reputation is very important to them, in my opinion, and they're trying to clean that up.
So you know what Jolly Ranchers are like. So.
Oh yes, they're delicious, which is why I'm really bummed that I can pretty much never freaking get them.
They have lemon drops?
Yeah, they have like lemon heads, lemon drops.
Oh, okay.
But they're more expensive.
Oh, no, Abellis.
You must be pursing your lips when you get those.
Well, I haven't gotten any because they're over $2 for a pack of them.
Oh, okay.
Are you talking about one of those little box packs or a bag?
I'm not sure. I guess I could order them to find out, but I'd rather get stuff that I know I'm getting better bang for my buck. So anyway.
I can't believe it took you going to jail to learn how to budget.
It is.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right.
Silver linings.
It took you going to jail to learn how to budget, never mind the homicide of the child and the abuse for at least 6 to 7 years beforehand. Just forget all that. We're going to find a silver lining in the fact that he can now budget, which he still isn't. Okay.
If there is one.
Yeah, it took me going to jail to have some clarity on a lot of shit.
Yeah.
About what's really most important in life, about how cavalier and careless I've been, and with all the people and things and whatnot that I love and enjoy. And
Can I ask you a personal question, Stephan?
Sure.
Did anybody ever abuse you sexually?
I don't know about abuse, but I mean, I was kind of sexualized early on.
Stop
I
it.
heard.
Kids in the neighborhood. I had my first French kiss when I was 6 years old. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah. Remember Nick Poland on Solstar's Court?
Was it him?
No, it was his sister,
Oh.
Samantha.
Uh-huh.
We were all playing hide and seek. I hid in the closet. She found me and planted one on me, and there was her tongue.
Well, she had her mother as a great example.
Well, she was also like a year or two older than us.
Notice how Deb just said, well, that child, that little girl, that French kissed him when he was 6 years old in a closet when they were playing hide and seek, had her mother as a great example, blaming the mother. But don't you dare blame us for what Stephan did. But I'm going to blame this child's mother for kissing my son when he was 6 years old. Like everybody else but me. I'm going to blame her, but don't you dare look at me sideways for what my son did. I didn't have nothing to do with it, and I'm going to make sure that we prove that.
So who knows what the hell was going on there.
Yeah. She was just experimenting. Somebody told her about it. She was trying it.
And then, of course, you know, a lot of the kids in the neighborhood used to go around flashing, me included, you know, girls used to flash me and stuff. And I don't know, it was a weird time. The 90s were a weird time.
Yeah, it's pretty promiscuous.
Yeah. I mean, even the next door neighbor, Diane, used to, you know, show me what she had going on, so.
Who's Diane?
And I'm sure you had nothing to do with that.
The old lady next door?
Her daughter.
Oh.
Our granddaughter.
Oh, okay.
But, yeah, well, anyway. So,
Well, it's just that, you know, they say that sometimes when you know, like children, that you have been an abused child, and it was intimated that perhaps we had abused you in some way.
no, he has never did. And strictly speaking, I'm not actually into younger people like that. As you know, I don't even like most kids, so it's just hard to feel a generalized attraction towards any of them.
Okay. I got a big problem with that. I don't even like most kids. For fucking real? You really just said that. But going back to Deb, because that's who we're referencing mainly today.
Was it just her, or was it other people as well?
She's saying, you know, Basil's eating seaweed, so I apologize about that. Don't blame me for what you turned out like. This is not my fault. I had nothing to do with the way you turned out. But again, referencing that little girl kissed my golden child, and it's her mother's fault. But when it comes to my child sexually abusing a child for 6, 7, 8 years and then committing a homicide, oh, that's not my fault, and I had nothing to do with it. And I just want to make sure that we're all clear that none of this is my fault. I have no accountability in this whatsoever. Okay, Deb.
Well,
I can't get into specific details, but no, it was not a thing with anybody. It was.
She's acknowledging that he abused Maddie, and she's asking him about being attracted to children and things like that. And he says, as you know, I don't even like most kids. Okay. You're good, Hannah. I thought I picked that.
all right, got it.
But I don't want to get too much into details or
Yeah, I know.
confirm or deny anything officially, anything that could possibly be used against me. I mean, I haven't seen the inside of a courtroom yet, so it would be kind of stupid to be making anything that could be construed as an admission of guilt.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, no, I was just wondering who I needed to go mama bear on if they had hurt you as a child.
No, unfortunately.
I needed to know who I needed to go mama bear on if they hurt you as a child. Where was mama bear for Maddie? Like, why weren't you going mama bear on them for having Maddie sleep in the same bed with them? Can you explain that to me, Deb? Bruh?
Unfortunately, shit was just weird back in the 90s, and unfortunately I got exposed to all that stuff pretty early on.
I mean, I can agree with that statement.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Yeah, so, but none of it was your guys' fault.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Well, that makes
I hope you feel better. You have nothing to feel bad about in that regard.
That makes me feel better. That makes me feel better. My son has done these horrible things to a child, but I feel better when you tell me none of it was my fault. But again, blaming a child for experimenting with him when he was 6 years old on her mother.
Might have been a little more heavy on the discipline than I would have cared for, but
There was no discipline. Stop it.
Well, look what I had for an example of when I was growing up.
Now, back to me. Back to me. Look what I had for an example when I was growing up. Back to her. It's all about her. Her feelings, her emotions, her shit. The shit she went through growing up.
No, I didn't treat you as bad as my mother treated me, so.
Yeah.
And you probably would have been a better father.
I didn't treat you as bad as my mother treated me. So again, it's all about her.
But anyway, there's no point in getting into that.
No.
You know, a while back I would have joked around and said, hey, but I turned out fine, but I can't really say that right now.
Okay.
So,
That's funny to you?
No.
That's funny to you. That he can't say that he turned out fine. That's funny to you. They do. They excuse everything that he has done, Pointer Lover. Anna said, poor Deb, always Deb. Yeah, she said that he would have been a better father than she had as well.
No, can't say that.
but, I'm praying every day, still holding out hope and praying to Jesus and asking for his help and his mercy and asking him to help deliver me from this if it's possible, and to continue to give me the strength to endure it and get through it and to continue watching out for her and take care of her.
There's no problem with. She's in the best place she can be, if not here.
I asked God to watch out for Maddie and take care of her, and there's no problem with Maddie. She's in the best place she could be, if not here. Okay. Like, I really want to reach through this computer and smack the shit out of this woman right now. I can't even express to you how angry I am about this shit.
Yep.
1 minute remaining.
Yes, Anna.
I'm sorry.
These things go so fast.
I know.
Well, I'm not going to be able to call you again tonight just because it's already really late, and by the time the cool down period is over, it's going to be like 10 minutes until the phone system shuts off.
Okay, darling. I'll try again.
I will call you back tomorrow evening, though, and I'll try to get an earlier start at it, okay?
Okay, love you.
I love you too, Mama Bear. I love you, Dad.
Love you too.
Okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Bye.
I love you too, Mama Bear. That's Mama Bear. Mama Bear. Those mattresses, I'll be honest with you, that's a jail cell that they used to take a picture of. There ain't no mattress and no jail that's that plush. I'm here to tell you. They like that. Usually they're really thin and squished and blue. All right, so now we're gonna jump ahead a few months to September. Let me see. I'm still on 92%. So I will grab her link from the playlist and I will drop it in chat. And we're going to watch the Hidden True Crime interview with Deb and Stephan. Deb and Chris. So if you have not subscribed to Hidden True Crime, please do so. I'm dropping their link right now. I will work on pinning it when I can use my phone again. And we're going to see what changed or what they're saying to the public in September as opposed to what they're saying to him that's not public and they never thought was going to be public in May through June. Don't go back. Okay,
If you are new to our channel, I am Lori Matthias, and this is Hidden True Crime, where we delve into the why behind crimes and criminals with my co-host, criminal psychologist, Dr. John Matthias. This exclusive interview that we are about to listen to is with the parents of Stephan Stearns, and it was recorded on September 21st, 2024. Their son, Stephan Stearns, is charged with first-degree murder in the death of 13-year-old Madeline Soto.
So this would have been probably exactly 3 or 4 months later. This is what they're telling the public. Hold on, I will drop my StreamYard link. I did hear that Gavin mentioned me, and I thought that was so very sweet. I was so appreciative of him for doing that. If you guys have not subscribed to Gavin Fish, please do so. Yeah, Deb, not a tear, no acknowledgement of Maddie, nothing.
Stearns was the on and off again boyfriend of Madeline's mother, Jennifer Soto. We have been in touch with Deborah and Chris Stearns for quite some time and have listened to them process their grief as facts have come to light in this heartbreaking case. But we've always done so privately until now, because now they are ready to share more. Take a listen. Hello, Hidden Gems. We are with two very important guests today. This is an exclusive interview, and we're going to let them share why they are choosing to do this interview with us, the Hidden True Crime. But we are actually with Deborah and Chris Stearns. Many of you might recognize their names from interviews with police that you've heard, or their names from documents, FOIA documents. They are the parents of Stephan Stearns, who is now behind bars, charged with crimes against Madeline Soto. I'll leave it at that. And I just want to say, no one wants to be in your situation right now. And we are so grateful, though, that you feel safe coming here to Hidden True Crime, to sharing your
Talking away and I'm muted. Yeah, there's a couple of phone calls where he basically lays out everything. And we kind of talked about yesterday what his defense is going to be, because I truly believe that now that he said that on those phone calls and they are being used in the public, I think that's going to have to be his defense. I think he's not left his defense attorney much of a choice, because they're going to play those jail phone calls in court. That's undoubtedly. And you don't want to get up on when you're making opening statements and basically state that, you know, you're going to hear these jail calls, but what he says in those jail calls is a lie, because then you're painting him out to be a liar off the bat. So I think that's part of the reason why his defense attorney was so upset about a lot of things, because I mean, they by him saying all that over the phone, he's laid out the story they're going to have to go with. Yeah, Deb, fix your shirt. I see some of y'all saying that. All right.
side of the story and what is going on in your hearts and in your minds. And so with that, why don't we start honestly with sharing what I think many people might be wondering. Why are you choosing to do an interview today?
Well, we've had, first of all, you're thrusted into a limelight that you would never expected to experience in your entire life. I apologize for having Lacey here, but we want to have as much silence as possible from the dogs. We need to bring the ringleader in here. So she's the one that's quite vocal and wants attention. So I apologize. She'll be quiet, hopefully, right, Lacey? Okay. But anyway, no one ever grows up expecting to experience this. You've seen it on the news, you've seen it in the papers, and oh my gosh, how tragic that is. And all of a sudden, you find yourself in the same similar situation.
Are you serious, Maxie? That is hilarious. I'm gonna have to listen to this with headphones on. That is funny. Yes, Barb, he's charged with premeditated homicide.
We had provided from the very beginning, proactively very cooperative with the police authorities. I mean, I was caught off guard that Wednesday that Stephan was arrested, not even aware that he was being arrested that evening. I thought I was waiting many hours to have a conversation with the police to learn what was going on, and if I could contribute any information, I would, and not realizing that he was already arrested and actually had been transported away from Orange County down to Osceola County. Never learned until days later that he was arrested. I thought I was just there to help provide some information regarding the disappearance of Maddie. And obviously we learned much later that this turned into something more serious. And we also, at least I thought, and continue to think later with the police interviews here at our home, that our conversation was confidential, and certainly wouldn't be released to the public, only to have every word and nuance scrutinized and analyzed, and opinions formed about it that is so out of mischaracterizing us, and just a lot of speculation and conjectures.
No, I disagree 100%, especially with these jail calls released. I personally have tried to give them a lot of understanding and just try to take into account where they're coming from and how they're feeling. Okay. Because I mean, nobody wants to deal with that. Nobody wants their child to do that. Nobody ever set out and had a child and said, my child's going to grow up and be accused of doing this, and I'm going to have to deal with that. No, nobody does. I don't expect that in 1,000 years they ever thought that this would happen. But then you listen to the jail calls where they're talking about everything that I mean, and they're not acknowledging Maddie. They're blaming everybody else but Stephan. They're making up excuses. They want to make sure that none of this is their fault at all whatsoever. No, it's not a lot of speculation and conjecture and wrong opinions. It's 100% fact. Not necessarily about you, Mr. Stearns, but your wife. Your wife has presented who she really is, 100%. Princess said, what conversation is he talking about? He thought would be private. Right now he's talking about interviews that he gave to the police and the one jail call. And again, I mean, like I said, when they made the jail calls that we're listening to now, they thought it would be private. Okay. But it's not. And I mean, and again, that tells me that why are you acting one way in private and then going to come out here to the public and act completely different? Don't get me wrong. I understand that's their child and it's a family type scenario situation. I'm not going to say, I have conversations that I wouldn't have on a live stream in my real life as well. But to the extent of no accountability, babying the shit out of him, not having him be held accountable for even the CSAM, the quote unquote evidence that she says that he can't say he didn't do. That's as far as you take it. No. I'm sorry, but if God forbid this ever happened to me, I'm going to hold my child accountable in private, just like I would in public. I would say, no, no, there is no excuse for what happened. I don't want to hear your bullshit. I don't want to hear your lies. I want to hear you owning up to the shit that you've done and praying for forgiveness from that child that's in heaven now at your hands. More than likely.
So anyway,
the reason we're doing this today, Lauren and John, is because with the docket dump that went out there, we no longer feel constrained to keep silent and let people keep castigating us and dragging us through the muck for no reason, using lies, conjectures, embroidering facts that they do have, making up facts that they don't. It's become
okay, nobody's embroidering, conjecturing, or lying and making up facts that they don't have. We have more facts now that we had back then, and dragging your name through the muck is 100%. You deserve it. I mean, even more so listening to these jail calls, you 100% deserve it. I did pin the link to Hidden True Crime at the top of the comment section. If you have not subscribed to her, please do so. Hopefully she won't get mad at me, but I can't with her. With Deb. excuse me, not Lauren, but with Deb. I can't, they're not making up facts when we're talking about documents and interviews that you put out here yourself. You didn't think they would be public, and I have understanding and respect for that 100%. But again, it's not lies. It's not bullshit. We're not embroidering over here. I ain't got my thread out. This is 100% you, your words, your statements, your actions.
Become a very incestuous
And
snake pit of lies, innuendo, and just.
I really would love to talk to you about incestuous snake pits. I would love to sit down and have a conversation with you about that. I'm sorry. I apologize, but I'm a little angry right now. If y'all don't mind, please hit the thumbs up. She does sound just as bad as her son, Tony. Fawny said, demons often exude putrid humors. Stuff is starting to add up. If I were a betting man, I mean religious man. If I were a religious man, I'd say possession. You don't know. I mean, I don't know. Her mouth is blowing out more flatulence than her bottom. I like that. I don't think either one of them went to look. I don't think anybody went to look. I think Jen says her family did, but she does. And I think Chris protects her because she does sound mentally ill. I think he's very protective over him because that's his wife. That's his job. But that has gotten Stephan where he is now. This relationship with him and his mom has gotten him exactly where he is now. No, I think she knows what those words mean. She does seem really intelligent, and Stephan seems intelligent sometimes too, but the toxicity of their relationship is astounding.
Ugliness.
It is ugly.
And I don't understand why any parent would be subjected to that, because we didn't take part in any of the crimes. Is it a crime to give birth to somebody?
No. See, and you see how she's painting the narrative on me. All I did was give birth to him. I wasn't there when he committed these crimes. I had nothing to do with that, but you did. In the way you raised him, and the way you coddled him his whole entire life, and in the way that he's in jail now for homicide, and you're still not making him take accountability. You're blaming Jen, you're blaming her family, you're blaming God, and you're even blaming Maddie. No, ma'am. I need you to take 15 more seats.
I mean, why are we blamed?
Perhaps maybe we need to share something
for your actions. Actions speak louder than words. Actions, ma'am. Your actions are why you're blamed.
With everyone, before we go any further, because it might not be obvious to many watching, where are you in accepting the reason your son is behind bars?
They have not accepted it. Not at all. Not one bit. Deb hasn't. Princess says she talks in exaggerated terms. Is it a crime to love my child? Deflecting from the actual problem. Right. She's putting on a performance. It's a stage. Feel sorry for me. Feel sympathy for me. Standing out here. Is it a crime to love my child? You know, all of these people are embroidering all these facts and this defamation, and it's all lies. And all I did was birth a child. No, you didn't. You had a lot more to do with his raising, his upbringing, and his coddling, and protecting him from all of these things, which is what we do as parents. We try to protect our children, but the toxicity of your relationship and never, ever, ever, not once making him take accountability for any damn thing is what has got him here. I don't know how I would react if I found out, let's use, for example, the situation with the roommates, that he was recording, and she paid somebody off to keep him out of jail. If I look back on that now and I'm like, well, maybe if you hadn't done that, he had gotten in trouble and went in jail for a week or two, maybe that would have scared him straight and none of this would have ever happened. Like they say so much, hindsight's 20/20, but I have to question it. I mean, the thought has crossed my mind. But you coddled him, you covered for him, and now you're here. Oh, goodness gracious. Lily Gal, I'm so sorry. I didn't even see you back there.
Hello.
Hey, it's good to see you. Glad you came up. I didn't even see you. I'm sorry.
Hey, allegedly. I tried to contact you yesterday, but for some reason I was having a problem my end with tech. I think that happens with the elderly, so you'll have to excuse me. Um, I
You're
just
okay.
wanted to comment. Yesterday when you were talking about Maddie at school,
Hmm.
and we were just sort of discussing, with her ADHD and what her general demeanor was in school and with her counselors and her friends, etc. It was quite interesting to me that, there was talk of Maddie possibly being on the spectrum. And I think a lot of the times I have a daughter who's autistic,
Yes, ma'am.
and getting a diagnosis for girls is incredibly difficult. So I'm not surprised that they were swinging and roundabouts as to what her diagnosis could be,
Hmm.
autistic, not autistic. So when we were talking yesterday, you were talking a lot about Maddie stating that she felt overwhelmed, and that can happen a lot for children with autism. The bright
Right.
lights, the noise of noise of other students. It can, even my daughter can hear lights flickering in
Oh, wow.
school, and that can distract them. So they get very overwhelmed. And that overwhelm can also lead to anger outbursts, what
Hmm.
they call classify as a meltdown. So that could perhaps play some role, not totally, because obviously she was very traumatized. But
Right.
on top of that, I think possibly that also played a part. So I just wanted to comment on that kind of from yesterday. And with regards to the medication that we're talking about today, and also yesterday you were talking about the possibility, did Madeline take an overdose or did somebody else give her medication?
Right.
It was interesting that in Jen's video interview with the two policemen after she was shown the CSAM photographs, she did state when the policeman asked her to guess at what she thought could have happened to Maddie if she was to make it a story. And it was interesting that she said, one, that he could have choked her, he could have drugged her, he could have choked her,
Hmm.
and then he could have put her in the boot of her car. And she said, and he asked, why did you say that? And she said, well, she said, maybe not, because I probably would have smelled something. But it was interesting to me that she mentioned drugging. And the
Hmm.
policeman asked her why drugging, and she said, well, Stefan has access to benzos, which is basically what you were discussing right there. So
Right.
that also plays a part. So I don't necessarily think that that was the only thing, particularly seeing as Stefan's.
Right. Yeah, it's very interesting how Jennifer lays it all out, and it's like I've had a big problem with her stating that. I mean, why? Okay, if you're going to run a scenario of, okay, my child is deceased and my boyfriend might have done it, how would he do that? Why? Number one, why would you just automatically go to choking or the use of substances, and why would you put her in the boot of your car? Like, I've never, that's the one thing we ran it through a couple of months ago where I tried to say, okay, what if Jennifer didn't know about this? What if she had no idea? Let's try to run it through and make it make sense that she had no idea. And the one piece that I could not make fit is putting Maddie in the boot of her car. That makes no sense. Even if you watch true crime shows and try to figure this out as a detective and say that Jen didn't know, it does not make sense. And the choking and the substance use, and then you find out, like you said, in these phone calls that he's saying that she did use substances, somebody used substances, basically is exactly how Jen Soto laid it out. It does not make sense that she knew that. She knew something beforehand. She had to. Um, I don't know if I have lost your connection or not. I don't know if you're talking. If I have lost you, try to get closer to your Wi-Fi and see if that'll work. Real quick, my video didn't upload, so I'm re-uploading it. I cannot tell who those memberships went to, but Cara gifted 10 memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you, and thank you so very much. If you guys were gifted a membership from Cara, please tell her thank you, and I will pick y'all up on the Polar Express. Thank you, Cara. I see your mute. Okay. You're
I don't know
unmuted.
if you can hear me now.
I can hear you. Okay. So, I could hear you. I don't know if you're talking now, but, I'm going to play this and let me know if you've got something you want to say or if you want to talk about it. All in tanks, good to see you. Lauren and Dr. John were more understanding and polite to the Sterns, yet the Sterns still talk junk about YouTubers. Yeah, if I had to assume, I would think they're not talking about them, Lauren and Dr. John, because they were really nice to her. And I mean, I have to say that, like, if you have somebody on your channel like that, you do have to be nice to keep them there. But I think that we could have still asked some harder questions. And I wonder if Lauren and Dr. John would have been different with them had they heard these phone calls that were just now released.
Are you in a place of understanding what he did? Are you believing? Where are you?
Totally.
Yes.
I mean,
Okay.
the last data dump that they had a few weeks ago, and I went through line by line and then shared with Debbie the chronology of the events, the narrative summary and such, that it's very conclusive, and it does, in our mind, indicate Stephan is a lone perpetrator, as much as we want to believe what he said, that there are other people involved. And again, that's out there in a prior phone conversation that Stephan said. But you look at the evidence that's been presented, and it's pretty conclusive that there doesn't appear to be anybody else involved, and that he is the lone perpetrator. And certainly he was guilty of.
So if we're at, there doesn't seem to be anybody else involved and he was the lone perpetrator in September, how did we go from, why is Jen not being held accountable? Why is Jen not in an ankle bracelet? Why are you being so chivalrous and taking the fall for Jen? If you didn't want these things to happen, why isn't Jen taking accountability? How did we go from all that to this? Or is this just a front we're putting on for the public? I do notice that Chris is saying it and not Deb. And again, he does seem to be more fed up with Stephan's bullshit in these phone calls than Deb is. But are we again, it goes back to their reputation. They got a reputation to uphold. They're very much about holding up their public reputation. In private, they're completely different people. But in the public, they want to paint themselves as being a certain way. And in my opinion, they're not.
Do you know what I found very interesting is in this interview on Hidden True Crime, at about 1 hour and 33 minutes, right about there, it's interesting that Stephan Stern's dad then mentions that the hard drive had disappeared from the computer at home on the Sunday. Maybe you were trying to work out whether Stephan left Saturday, Sunday when he got there. But
Right.
his dad states that on the Sunday when he left, the hard drive from one of the computers was missing. And I had thought further down the line, when one of the roommates had said she'd heard power tools, it's also very common for people to drill holes through hard drives in order to destroy them. That's very commonly done. So it did occur to me, if he had taken the hard drive from the house on that Sunday, back down to Jane's, whether he had destroyed it while he was there to get rid of evidence, seeing as he had, done what he did to Maddie.
Right.
So it's very interesting that the dad will drop him in it further down the line, saying he took that drive and he said that the expression on his face, on that day, the day before, on the Saturday, he was so panicked and he'd never seen his face look like that. So that was really, really interesting. And then also the flash drive where they found the 35,000 images on was his dad that handed that over. He found that in his room. But that's coming up later in the interview. But I can't square up how they knew all this in this interview and they state all this in this interview. But yet on the phone calls, they're trying to find somebody else to blame. It
Yep.
never squared up to me. I can't make the square peg fit in a round hole
Right.
as to how these parents are trying to justify what he's done.
Right. I love your accent, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. It's really interesting that you say that because I've never been able to make the power tools make sense. And that makes a lot of sense. Destroying the hard drive that weekend. And there was accountability. They refuse to make him take accountability just like they've done his whole life. So in private it's completely different than it is in the public persona.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think that everybody's got some accountability to hold in this family, and again, I just like I've said before, Deb's relationship with him is completely toxic, and she is the way he is. She is the
Yeah.
reason he is the way he is, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Just no accountability, and they're different in public. The flash drive thing is interesting too, that he found it in his room. Like that's something very small and easy to
Yeah.
hide. I'm surprised he found it.
And the interesting thing was that when his dad found the two USB drives, one was empty because he plugged it in and he had a look and it was empty. Then he plugs in the other one, and that's when he sort of hovered over the different folders and he was like, oh hell no, I'm not even opening that, I'm taking nothing to do with that. And he phoned the police to come and collect them. He told them what he'd found and asked the police to come and collect them, and the police hadn't come to collect it, so he phoned them again and they arrived 3 weeks later to pick up that flash drive. So, and I'm going to hop down off of this because I don't want to chew up your time so you can play, your videos and stuff.
Oh,
But
yeah.
if in this particular interview at about 1 hour 33, then everything I've just sort of talked about will kind of surface. So I
Okay.
can't square up how his dad has done all this, but then for some reason, he's trying to find another reason why this has happened. Somebody else is to blame or somebody else is involved. And I just don't know how they square that away. It just doesn't make sense to me. But
Yeah.
anyway, thanks for listening. I'm going to jump back down and let
Okay.
you guys get on with it. So thanks so much. It was lovely to speak to you.
Yeah, thank you for coming up. I really appreciate it. And you can come up anytime and just hang out. You're good.
Okay, honey.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye, darling. Take care. Bye.
You
Bye.
too. I love her accent. I love her accent. I've always loved European accents. I love that. I don't know if it was European or whatever, but I love her accent. Grey Moon, thank you so much for gifting 5 speculation station memberships. I had just said I'm trying to re-upload the video again, so my phone is currently trying to export that video. I can't tell who they went to, but if you guys were gifted from Grey Moon and you are aware you were gifted, please tell her thank you. And I will play the crazy train to come. I will grab the crazy train to pick y'all up on the way to Speculation Station. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. On the way to arrest Jen Soto. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love the accent. Love it. Love it. Yes, her voice was very soothing too. And she's very knowledgeable in her opinions. Yes, all intakes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Abellis, actually, that's what I need to email you about. Abellis has a lovely accent too. And there's a case that she's been wanting to talk about that we're going to talk about sometime this week. I was planning on doing it tomorrow, but then I heard that phone call that I'm exporting right now. And I'm like, oh, we got to talk about this. So I'm going to try to get with her and we're going to try to talk about a case this week. And hopefully she can come up on panel because her accent is lovely too. All right, let's get back into this.
Of the images that he found on his phone, and then later the charges were expanded to include murder. Whether it was premeditated, we don't think that. We don't think that. Again, we won't know 100% of the story.
Deb doesn't, I mean, to be honest with you though, premeditated or not, Deb doesn't think anything. Deb doesn't think he did anything. She thinks it's all on Jen. And she's even blaming Maddie. She sounded New Zealand. She was sweet. I love the accent either way. Stephanie said, the people in this group are so awesome. So glad I found y'all. I'm glad that you found us and became part of our speculating family. I know. You know, Abellis, though, I suffer the same. I think my voice is just normal. I don't really like it much, and everybody seems to love it.
Until if and when he ever provides testimony, but obviously he was involved in her death and nobody else was. But I don't want to believe it was premeditated, but I can't rule that out. But we hold him 100% accountable for his actions, and we obviously are extremely disappointed by that.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's been a process, but in other words, you're learning every.
Wait a minute. Did he just say, I took a sip of my coffee and was reading a comment. Does he just say we've been holding him accountable for his actions? Because that's completely not accurate. I'm going to play that again. I was sitting here thinking while I was listening to it that it's going to be interesting because they might pull up this interview in court, and to hear them on the jail calls, because I know those are going to be played. And then to hear them talking here just 3 or 4 months later, saying they doing a complete 180. That's going to be an interesting concept that the court's going to have to explain. And I'm interested in what avenue they're going to take to explain this. I backed it up a little bit, so we're going to listen again.
Obviously he was involved in her death and nobody else was, but I don't want to believe it was premeditated, but I can't rule that out. But we hold him 100% accountable for his actions, and we obviously are extremely disappointed by that.
Oh, the hell you do. The hell you do. You do not. You have not. You have not. You everybody's heard those phone calls now. See, they weren't expecting for those phone calls to get out. You have not held him accountable the first damn time. And from what I understand, even though it's being said that you're not supporting him anymore, I've got the court records or the jail records that show that as of January 11th, you were still putting money on his books. And I requested those, I think, January 25th. So I could almost guarantee if I requested them today, I'd have requested some and waiting for them to come back. But if I requested them today and got them back, I could almost guarantee that you would be on that call list and that you would be on that list putting money on his books. You ain't holding him accountable for shit. This interview is September of 2024. The jail calls were May through June of 2024. It's 3 to 4 months later. This mother is actually worse than the Watts mother, in my opinion. See, I don't know much about that case. I know like the logistics of basically what happened, but I haven't followed since he's been in jail, the mother or anything like that. It's hard to believe there's somebody out here that is even on the same level as Deb. And I mean, again, I try to be nice, but with a mother like her, I don't know how we could have expected much different. That's just my opinion. Shaw said they're trying to comfort him as his parents. They know he's probably going to getting the death penalty. And I get that. And I try so hard to be respectful because it's a hard place to be in, to know your child did something horrendous like this. But you can't, I mean, the coddling and she's legitimately even blaming just everybody else. Even if you thought Jen was part of this, and let's go as far to say that she thought that Stephan didn't do this, Jen did something, and Stephan is covering for her. You're still blaming Maddie, saying she's in a better place. You say there's evidence that he can't explain away that he absolutely 100% did, but you're not holding him accountable for that. And I know that the jail calls are recorded, and you might not want him to talk about the case and it be recorded, but my God, he's already talked about everything. Like, why not just say, why do you have those pictures and images on your phone? If you really didn't want her to be in the bed with you and Jen kept sending her up in the bed with you, why didn't you stop it? Why didn't you say no? Why didn't you sleep on the couch? Because I'm here to tell you, almost any other man in any other house, if their teenage daughter is being sent to the bedroom, they're going somewhere else. I'm sorry, but no, absolutely not. Ain't nobody got time for that. Lulu said, did Chris Stearns completely forget Mark Morris on telling him 2 months earlier that his son acted completely alone? Yep, in July. In July, they suggest that they're running some kind of criminal enterprise, and the police state they've been through line by line thousands of hours. Stephan Stearns acted independently. I feel bad for Maddie's little friend, her conversation being made public. You know, the kids have figured out exactly who she is. That's a hard one. I debated on whether to even put that out, but I felt like it was important because we get a side of Maddie that we don't have. I did redact her name, but I mean, and I redacted the names of her other friends, but it's out here. Luckily, schools have gotten a lot better than they used to be. I don't think she would be picked on or bullied in this day and age for knowing Maddie and feeling sorry and being somebody's friend like she would have in the 90s or something like that. She blamed Chris Watts' mother is blaming Shannon. Are you serious? Absolutely disgusting. Sleep on the couch, call child welfare, leave. Exactly, Darla.
Yeah. And I'm sure it's been a process, but in other words, you're learning everything as the public learns it.
Yeah. We're not privy to
Nobody's
anything.
giving us a heads up on anything.
Yeah.
That we're mushrooms. We're kept in the dark.
Yeah, the only time we know is all of a sudden we're getting these text messages and heads up alerts.
Why should you be given a heads up? Like, what makes you think? Because you think profoundly. You leaned forward, got visibly upset when you said nobody's given us a heads up on anything. Why do you think that you should be given a heads up on anything, especially with the conversations you're having with them? I mean, Jesus, you're laying it all on the line.
From our friends, you go, hey, you got to see this out there. And I go, oh my gosh, what does this mean? I mean, I looking for the news every day, and I don't see anything, and all of a sudden it's out there, and these videos and YouTube channels have a field day out, and it's been that way for weeks ever since. And the challenge is going to be is that we do know that we were told the other day that this is going to be multiple years before it goes to trial. Given the gravity of the charges and knowing what the penalty is, we're resigned to accept that fate and the fact that we could lose them in a multitude of ways. You know, at any given time, some prisoner in the jail could off them, and you know, we just deal with it on a day-to-day basis. You know,
I get being concerned for your child, especially being in a prison on those charges, and coming to grips with that. If he did go to general population, somebody could off him. But you, not only are you not making him be held accountable for what he did to Maddie, any of it whatsoever, you're actually blaming her in some of those calls. Like, what about her? What about what happened to her? England said, I had and still have a massive lump in my throat when I found out that most of her friends had canceled going to her birthday party. Poor Maddie must have been so unhappy. Yeah, that was sad. I can't believe the father, who was law enforcement for a year, would not know not to discuss his case on the jail phone. Yeah. I mean, he appears to be kind of out or not really present for some of it, but I agree. They should have hired a PR manager or lawyer if they were that worried about what people were saying or what they say. For them, it's very much about what the public is saying and how they look in the court of public opinion.
We could get that phone call one day. So we'll wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
As I told you, I think before, this is the most protracted death of a child that you can go through, because they're already gone to you. We'll never touch him again.
This is the most protracted death of a child you could ever go through, because they're already gone. I can never touch him. I can never hug him. I can never give him a kiss again. But again, his charges are premeditated first-degree murder of a 13-year-old child whom he had abused for years beforehand. But yours is the most protracted death of a child you could ever go through. Okay.
We aren't allowed to see him right now. And, he's out there, but he's not available. I mean, if he'd been hit by a car, it would have been easier on us, because the grieving period could go, instead of grieving for years and years and years while he's still alive and we can't have any access to him.
Where is your grief for Maddie? Now they have their faces. Fisher said now they have their faces publicly. The photo shared before this was when the Stearns were younger. I would not want to put my face out there for scrutiny. Yeah, I agree. Princess Pillow gifted 5 Speculation Station memberships. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so very much. I can't see who they went to, so if you were gifted from Princess Pillow and you are aware, please tell them thank you, and I will pick y'all up on the crazy train on the way to Speculation Station. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Thank you, Princess Pillow. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I really appreciate that. Hidden True Crimes link is at the top of the chat box. If you have not subscribed to them, please do so. Pointer Lover said, Maddie is gone forever, you idiot. Right. Have you come to terms with that? Like, your son committed this horrific crime that had been going on for a number of years before the homicide took place. But you're grieving your son being in prison. That your son that you can call, that you can write, that you can see. It's not going to be forever that you can't see him. I don't know what prison, I don't know if they get to like actually sit in a room with each other like you used to when you were in jail or prison when they visit, or if it's through the phones. But regardless, he's still breathing air and alive, and you can still talk to him at least. Maddie doesn't have that at all.
Matter of fact, we haven't even heard from him for over 3 weeks now, and we don't know why. I called the other day inquiring about his wellness, and the jail correction officer says, "What does that mean?" I said, "Well, it's a wellness check. We want to find out if he's okay, because we haven't heard from him." "Well, if he wants to talk to you, he'll talk to you." I said, "He wants to talk to us. We don't know of any reason why he wouldn't, unless he's being denied access to communication, which we think he is." And I think it's a result of the most recent data dump that the guards are intentionally preventing him from getting access to where we can communicate with him.
So, okay, this tells me that more than likely the lawyer, that when the data dump happened, the lawyer knew about the jail calls, because obviously the DA and the prosecuting attorney, the prosecutor and the defense would have gotten this information before we did. So she must have had these calls and said, stop communication right now. And it's going to take the jail like a long time to reiterate that message, because you best believe Stephan's not going to stop calling and asking for money. So if they're not talking right now, I would say it's because the DA said that they aren't allowed to talk, and that Chris is still putting money on his books, even though he can't talk to him. Jeepers said, Deb says maybe it was God taking her away from what would have been a terrible situation. Ma'am, your son is the situation. Exactly. And I have a lot, like I said, I've had a lot of sympathy for them, but Deb, after hearing these calls, absolutely not. No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
He's in solitary confinement. It's been that way since February, nearly 8 months.
Okay. Wow. And yeah, I remember you telling us that in earlier conversation too, that it would be easier almost to,
Hey, Hannah.
it would be easier to mourn his death than
Yeah.
this, because you also have to realize and mourn Madeline, who you knew as well.
Whole thing we do, and we're accused of being cold and impartial people. And I mean, they made a big deal of the fact that I went outside and was screaming Madeline's name. I wasn't looking for her in the woods. I was talking to God. That's my privilege, to talk to my God.
Okay, no ma'am, no ma'am. That statement is made because you saw your son's sex torso in the woods and you thought it was Maddie. And so you were screaming her name. You were not screaming to God outside for Maddie. And you are cold and impartial, blaming this child for what happened to her. You are cold and impartial to Maddie. I understand that's your child, but you are the reason he is the way he is because you never had him take accountability for anything ever in his whole entire life. Even his friends that lived with him are quote unquote jealous of him because of the love and affection you have. His friend Chase said that it was weird, the relationship she had with him. And I can see it 100%. It makes me really want to etch in stone what Chase said in the interview with Jay for Justice. I mean, it makes me believe everything he said was true. And he also said that Stephan was messing with horses. I believe it. I believe it. And I believe Deb knew. I believe Deb knew a lot of things that she never told anybody or she never said anything about and kind of just pushed it under the rug. You know, we're going to keep it quiet. We're going to keep it out of the public because this is our public persona and they don't need to know what things are like in private. In my opinion, in my speculation. Tom said the level of disconnect from reality his parents show is absolutely mind-boggling. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mad Monkey said, yeah, she's such a liar again. The apple doesn't fall far. I hope their friends watch this and see how despicable they really are. I don't want their public, I mean, I hate that their public reputation is being destroyed by this, but and I hated that in the beginning, but after hearing these jail calls, I think that she deserves it. Him, not so much. He's a lot more disconnected and not falling for Stephan's bullshit, but she's just, I don't even know what words to use to describe her. Yeah, she does. She does. Absolutely, Hannah. And the classic one said, these sick parents were enablers of the monster they birthed. Absolutely.
I was asking why Madeline and where is she? I'm sorry.
But we, every day, all of
He looked over at her like it was bullshit and just kind of changed the subject.
this is in our minds. We talk about it often, and we're private people. We keep our emotions to ourselves as best as possible, but we certainly, there's no way that this will escape us on a daily basis. It's impossible for that to happen. We're forever living with this, and I just wish there was.
You're forever living with this. Stephan, Jen are forever living with this. But you know who was dealing with this and is no longer forever living is Maddie. Maddie dealt with the abuse that she suffered at the hands of your son for years. Never able to tell anyone. And now she's not even alive anymore. Like, stop, please.
I just wish there was a way that we could have possibly known that there was a problem going on with Stephan. I had no idea.
Yeah.
The only thing that
I mean, again, though, a problem with Stephan. We wish we would have known there was a problem going on with Stephan. Not that Stephan was abusing this child, so we could have stopped it. I wish we'd have known there was a problem with Maddie, that she was going through these things, and it was at the hands of our child, so we could have stopped it. No, I wish we'd have known there was a problem going on with Stephan. Never mind Maddie.
that we knew that was wrong and we addressed it immediately was when we became aware of the co-sleeping arrangements. And they were here at our house. And at that point, I put my foot down and said, Madeline's not sleeping in the room with you. She's too old for that. And I said, you need to stop doing that at home too. Now I talked to both Jen and to Stephan. And Jen says, well, she comes in at night. She gets scared. She comes in at night and climbs into bed, and I can't stop her. I said, did your door have a lock on it? She said, yes. I said, well, then you use the damn lock. I mean, it's ridiculous. And then to send your child off to sleep with a man in another room in a single bed together, who is not a biological relative, and even biological relatives can't be trusted. I mean, seriously, how many people have you heard of in that situation?
But I didn't mean to keep pausing it, but I wanted to say something. You're excluding Stephan from this. Yes, Jen is a messed up person for sending her child to sleep in a bed with a grown-ass man, but what about that grown-ass man who's also sleeping in the bed with that child? Like, why are you not holding him accountable? Again, it's Jen's fault, not Stephan's. Never mind that Stephan was the one alone with her in the bed at times. It's Jen, you shouldn't have sent your child up there to sleep with him. No, she absolutely should not have, but your son also shouldn't have been in that bed sleeping with her. Bellish just gifted 10 memberships, and that was so very sweet of you. Thank you so much, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. I can't see who they were gifted to, but if you know that you were gifted from Abellis, please tell her thank you, and I will come get y'all on the Polar Express on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you, Abellis. That was so sweet. Thank you, Abellis. That was so sweet of you. I really appreciate that. Julie said, oh my God, Deb and Chris are so two-faced. Their words they are saying to Laura and John in this interview and all the released interviews afterwards. I hope they listen to how they have changed their story. Me too. That's what we're kind of pointing out here. Allison said, yeah, it's like she's saying her son is only doing what she's allowing him to get away with. Right. Where's the accountability for what your son did? Hey, Gothic. Gothic said she's acting like her son did no wrong. If she had spoken to Stephan and Jen, Stephan would have spoken up and told Jen Soto this cannot happen anymore. But did he? As far as we know, apparently not. Exactly. Great point. Blue Sapphire said, Mom covers up previous computer, then finds sex torso in the woods. He's carrying lube in his travel bag. The only full-time job he ever had was a predator. Damn, that's a mic drop.
Family members.
Hey, Karen.
So I just I saw red when I heard that, and it's
did you on that issue, did you, I know it sounds like you chastised them about sleeping in the same bed, but did you ever get a chance to sit down and talk to Stephan about that issue in more detail?
I didn't think I had to. I did not think I had to.
Well,
but I did bring Madeline in, and she stayed with me in my room anytime they came to visit.
Right. Yeah, you guys said that in one of your...
Okay, so you said you did not think you had to reiterate the fact that Madeline should not be sleeping in the bed with them or with him. But then you say, anytime she came to visit, I brought her in my room to sleep in there in my room. So by you saying any time that she came to visit tells me that it was more than just once. So it's more than just once that you're having to bring her in your room to sleep with you and telling them that she can't sleep in there with them anymore. So therefore, you just contradicted yourself. You didn't think you had to say it more than once, yet she's coming over more than just once, and you're making sure she's in the bed with you instead of being in the bed with them where she normally is. I mean, you again... Private one way, public another. Maxie May Cross just sent a super sticker. Thank you so much for that. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I wish I could see what it is, but I can't right now. My video is on 47.3% exported. But that was really sweet of you, and I really appreciate it. Maybe y'all can tell me in chat what it is. I like to look at the little super stickers. They're so cute. So cute. Spinster said, hey, allegedly in chat, can someone confirm if the sex torso was found in Stephan's bedroom at his parents' house, or was it found outside? I thought it was found while Deb was cleaning Stephan's room. Not sure. I thought it was in the woods. It could have been in the house. Not 100%. I would have to double check my documents. I will write that down and get back to you. I'm also trying to find another thing too. Cara said, also, why did she feel the need to make Maddie sleep with her? Did she have a feeling something was amiss? Exactly. If you're having to do that, I mean, you can subconsciously feel that something is wrong. Nessa, you ain't lying.
Her interviews that she was in, was it both of you guys bad, or was it?
No, we are what they call now sleep divorced. We have rooms because we can't sleep together. We love each other, absolutely.
She's insomniac and a night person. I'm a morning person, and
we both snore.
We both snore, and so it would be the battle of the lumberjacks. And so, in order for both of us to get sleep, we sleep in separate rooms, and we sleep.
Everybody's saying it was found in his room. I remember her saying she thought Maddie was in the woods in the interview, and that's why she was out there screaming. So I do apologize if I had that wrong. But she did think that Maddie was in the woods when she was out there screaming. It wasn't that she was praying to Jesus. Did anyone hear about the family who sued Disney employee who made 500 upskirt videos and one happened to be of a 14-year-old minor? I did not. That's very interesting. Right. They all knew Stephan was a pervert, and they covered for him his whole life. Again, that is why he turned out like this. He always had you to cover for him. He was never held accountable. So therefore, when he's finally held accountable, it's only because it's something you can't get him out of.
With the dogs.
We split the dogs up.
We call the bitches and bros. I get the boys, she gets the girls.
Whoa.
And they provide warm comfort, and they're
security.
They're great sleep mates. So, and of course, and if I'm not here, they all sleep with Debbie. And God forbid somebody try to come in the house, they're going to have 5 Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass going after them. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning, heads up.
Yeah, to all those YouTubers, we'll get into that too.
But Debbie did talk to Stephan and Madeline individually, and
together.
Yeah, so
I think it went in one ear and out the other because they didn't stop, but they never got to.
Whoa. They talked to Maddie and Stephan together, not Jen and Stephan, but they talked to Maddie and Stephan to try to get this to stop. And it went in one ear and out the other. This is Sarah. Thank you so much for becoming a member of Speculation Station. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Now you have access to more personalized content. Thank you so much. I will pick you up on the crazy train on the way to Speculation Station. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. I'm going to take that back about a minute. She said that she talked to Stephan and Maddie about this. You talked to a child who would have been 12 years old at the time and had a talk with her about how it wasn't acceptable for her to be sleeping in bed with the grown man. And then the grown man, you didn't talk to Jen. You didn't hold her accountable. And of course it went in Stephan's ear and right out the other because he's never been held accountable for anything. He never had to listen. Why would he have started then?
They provide warm.
I hope they did, Darla. I pray that they meant Jen.
Comfort, and they're
security.
They're great sleep mates. So, and of course, and if I'm not here, they all sleep with Debbie. And God forbid somebody try to come in the house, they're going to have 5 Doberman pinchers with hair on their ass going after them. They'll tear them a new one. So, warning, heads up.
Yeah, to all those YouTubers, we'll get into that too.
but Debbie did talk to Stephan and Madeline individually, and
together.
Yeah. So
I think it went in one ear and out the other because they didn't stop, but they never got to do it here. And I did not. And then we were chastised because we didn't allow them to vape in our home, and somehow they figured out that we don't smoke. We only drink occasionally. I can't.
So he did say her whole name. We talked to Stephan and Madeline separately, but then she references vaping. So for my personal sanity and most of y'all's, I'm going to go with they misspoke and meant Jen, because now they're referencing vaping, and I know Maddie wasn't vaping. So let's just go with that for the sake of all our sanities.
I can't turn down a margarita at a Mexican restaurant, and we don't do drugs. I don't even like doing prescribed drugs. That I won't take pain pills. I did the whole heart surgery on nothing but extra strength Tylenol. I can't take it. Some of it I'm allergic to, but they said we thought we were superior because of that. That's not true. That's our choice. But also my choice is I don't want cigarette smoke and marijuana smoke in my home. It makes me ill.
So, I mean, I don't know if her son said that you think you're superiors, that because we can't vape in here, or Jen or somebody said that you think you're superior. If she's talking about YouTubers, I don't think that makes her think she's superior. That specifically, I think she does think she's superior than most people, but I don't think it's for those reasons she just mentioned.
Ill. I don't like the smell of it. I don't want to be around it.
It sounds like, Deborah, that Madeline occasionally was in your bed. Did you guys have a close relationship with Madeline? Could you talk about that for a minute?
Yes, I taught her to crochet. We sat and did artwork together. We did projects. I was teaching her how to cook. She spent a lot of time with me when she wasn't in there watching movies with them. So
she did spend a lot of time there. She did come to your house a lot, and every single time you called her in your room to sleep with you in the bed because you knew that's where she was safe. So therefore you knew what Jen and Stephan, that she was still having her sleep in the bed with them. At the time, you might have thought it was both of them and not just Stephan, and you still didn't put your foot down. Put it down once and then kind of gave up on it. But again, that's why Stephan is the way he is, because his whole life she put her foot down about one time, and that'll be the end of it. He knows he can still get away with it. That's why he wouldn't get his ass up and go to work for his dad when his dad was handing him every job that most people out here would love to be handed. Stephan took it for granted because he never was held accountable and made to get his ass up out of bed and go to work and stop doing these things. He always got away with it.
we put Disney on our TV here so she could sit out in the family room with us while I thought we were giving Jen and Stephan alone time as a couple. I tried to be respectful of their space.
Yeah.
Taking on Madeline, but Madeline was an absolute joy. The girl was happy, precocious, smiling. She walked with a bounce. She was interested in everything. She had
giggled a lot.
She giggled a lot. This is a horrible loss in the world. She's a child. She should still be here. She should still be here.
Yeah. Did you? So you just described kind of the bright side of Madeline, that she was happy and giggled a lot. Did you ever, she was next to you in bed. Did you ever notice any distress?
No.
From her? Did she ever?
I am glad to hear her talk about Madeline that way and call her precocious and happy and giggling. It is good to hear her say those things about Maddie, especially when we listen to the phone calls and it appears that she's blaming her for her precious child being in jail. Stephan was the one who had the vape all the time. I think Jen smoked marijuana out of a vape. The girl. Yeah, all predators are narcissists, I would believe. I don't know if she's fake crying or... Yeah.
did you ever feel like maybe she wanted to talk to you about something she couldn't, or did you get any of that?
There was none of that. In fact, just the opposite. Stephan would be sitting on the sofa, and she would go and sit on the arm of the sofa and drape her arm around him and give him a kiss and tell him she loved him. And Madeline is the one that told me about the co-sleeping. Not Stephan and not Jen. Madeline.
So, I mean, I guess she had been in his life from the time that she was very small. So maybe it wouldn't be that out of line for her to drape her arm around him and say, "I love you," and give him a kiss. But like, I don't know. I would find that a little weird, especially considering he's a step parent. And then the fact that Madeline told you that they were all sleeping in the same bed together, or that she slept with Stephan alone in the bed together. Again, I mean, that's Madeline crying out for help, whether she realizes it or not, whether she thinks it's normal or not. That's an issue. If she cared so much about Madeline, if she knew Madeline was in a bad situation, she would have called DFACS. Yeah. She doesn't talk. Yeah. Somebody just said in it, and it scrolled up too fast, that Deborah does not talk about Madeline positively in private, and neither does Jen. And it makes me have a lot of sympathy for Madeline. She is very much contradicting herself. This is Sarah. Yeah, and it is all that Madeline knew, and it was her normal, unfortunately. Heathen, it is really sad.
Madeline did. When she related, she said it was a funny story. She says, "Oh, I was in bed with Mom and Stephan, and when I woke up in the morning, my leg was draped over him." And she went, "Isn't that funny?" I said, "No, it's not. I don't find that funny."
Yeah.
That's right. When I would have the talk with them. Because to me, I'm sorry, that sent up a big red flag.
Yeah.
So you talked to them, but never did anything else other than that about it. And you knew that she was still sleeping in the bed with them afterwards.
She said that in a playful manner.
Yes.
But not in a, you wouldn't see that as kind of a cry for help.
Because that's all that child knew. She thought it was adorable.
I did not see it as a cry for help. I found it to be disturbing to me on levels. So other than that, we had no recollection. We had no indication anyway that something illicit was going on.
If the child does not know it's wrong, she's not going to see it as wrong. That's why you depend on the adults around you as a child to take care of you, to see things are wrong, to say, hey, that's not something that's funny. That's not something that should be happening. Does anything else happen when you're in the bed with them would be my next question. Have you ever thought has anything else ever happened that you might have found funny? I mean, talking to a child like that. And again, you are the adult in the situation. You have to make that call. And to be fair, she said she talked to them, but was this the last time you ever saw her that this happened? Because it sounded to me like the Madeline went over there quite a few more times, and you still made sure to keep her in your room with you where she was safe, away from all that, and they weren't doing anything to make it stop. To be fair, what else was Deb Stearns doing after speaking to Maddie, Jen, and Stephan? Right. You knew it was continuing to happen and never did anything else about it. You should have contacted someone. Right. Exactly. I believe it. I agree. By the way, if anybody needs to reach out or talk afterwards, we do have a Discord. They're dropping the links in chat so you guys can hang out with us on Discord. There's always people talking in there. Gothic said she was a child. She didn't know it was wrong, or if it was wrong or right, but you as the adult saw it as wrong. Clearly talking to them did nothing. Deborah just let it go. Someone should have contacted someone. Yep. Hannah said it's like Jen needed her around her at night. In my opinion, the issue with the co-sleeping was Jen's need at first, and then it was Maddie's safe place after Stephan arrived. Yep. And Blue Sapphire said, so Maddie was prescribed strong medications without psychiatrist or psychological visits that might have seen signs of abuse. The counselor said that Jen told her she was seeing a therapist or somebody once a week, but I don't know that to be factual or not factual.
Nothing.
Yeah. Yeah. And when you told Stephan, you shouldn't be co-sleeping with Madeline. He, as far as you could tell, he heard you. He said, okay.
He heard me. He and Jen both says, well, but she wants to be with us.
And
I
tell them no, absolutely not. She's too old for that.
I knew no matter what I said to him, they're going to do what they're going to do anyway.
Right.
It was very obvious to me that they were not listening. They heard, but they're not comprehending, and they're not going to change.
So then you take the step to make the change in the life of the child.
You've mentioned that Stephan would often say one thing but do another, right? That you didn't know.
Oh yeah, modus operandi.
You didn't know what was true and what wasn't sometimes.
I mean,
He made it. He was a gaslighter. He could make you think things were one way when they were a total other way, and do it with such sincerity that you.
I mean, I wonder where he got it, ma'am.
Questioned yourself.
Interesting.
And when we got to figure that out, things changed for him, and they didn't change for the good. And he was no longer a happy camper because we challenged him on everything.
No, ma'am. No, I need you to get all the fucking way out of here, because no, the jail calls say something completely different. You ain't challenge him on a damn thing. You are not challenging him on shit. He could tell you the sky is fucking red and you would believe it. Thank you, Cara. Sometimes my links, they change every 7 days and I forget to switch it out. Same upbringing as her son. Push it under the rug. Exactly.
We came up missing money. We came up missing jewelry. Came up missing my deceased father's Rolex. And I know he took it, but he won't admit to it even now.
When did that start? Could you tell us a little bit about the line, when it started, and when when did he take the Rolex?
Last year.
It started when he was a teenager.
Okay.
Little stuff, and then they got bigger and bigger as he got older.
Because he was never held accountable for anything. And you talk about you started holding him accountable for all these things, and boy, he didn't like it. He was not a happy camper. But to this day,
you never got the truth about
when he's in jail for premeditated homicide and the abuse of a child, you still aren't holding him accountable. He's not a happy camper because he's finally committed the ultimate crime, which you cannot get him out of. And that's the only reason that he's being held accountable by anyone. And the person he's being held accountable by is the state of Florida in the United States of America, not even you. You got to stop this shit when they're younger, or else that this is a possibility of what could happen. You can't just let them go their whole lives and never hold them accountable for shit like you did. No. Again, saying one thing in the public, but completely different in private.
About anything. I mean, he wrecked his car and never got the true story in that. Some very similar to the incident of Maddie's disappearance. Coming up with something like that. When he called me that afternoon, second call that day. Flat tire, and listen to that BS.
Okay, you're calling him on BS on the story, yet in the phone call that I'm uploading right now, you say that you wish he would have come to you sooner so you could help him come up with a story, because the one that him and Jen came up with was completely unbelievable. Making it seem like, son, if you had just told me what was going on, I would have helped you come up with a better lie to tell police about what happened to Maddie. Now, that's just my speculation. I don't know if that's what that means, but he sure says out of his mouth, out of Mr. Stern's mouth, he tells Stephan that story that you and Jen came up with was completely unbelievable, and I wish you had talked to me. Now, you tell me what the fuck that means. Excuse my French. This is Sarah. Thank you so much for the super chat. That was so very sweet and supportive of you. Thank you so very much. Sarah says, Your accent sounds like home. Where are you from? I lived in Kentucky for 34 years now in Oregon. I am from North Carolina. I do get more Southern as I get more angry. I used to. I don't know. Maybe I stay in the same accent all the time, but sometimes I used to catch myself getting more Southern the angrier I got. Hannah said, in my opinion, you have bought his way out of trouble his entire life, and now this is something you can't fix with money. He will pay his dues to Maddie and her family in the state of Florida with his life. Exactly. The only reason this is an issue is because you can't use your money to get him out of it. Chris Stearns is trying to sound reasonable, but to also tell you what he thinks you want to hear. I hear the cop in him coming out. Yep. Monster dearest. Yep. Hey, Chopper Lily. Boomer said, my younger brother would throw temper tantrums when he wanted toys, and my mom would get a cup of cold water and splash it into his face and give her final no. Right. I mean, you got to hold them accountable.
And boy, when you look at the images of that tire, I mean, there wasn't hardly any rubber left on that wheel whatsoever. And then they show pictures of these chunks of rubber laying in the ground. And Stephan trying to explain to me that he had a flat tire and he was in the inside lane of a highway in a high density commercial district and he couldn't pull off the road. Again, it was a story that I didn't believe, and then getting a call 90 minutes later, less than 90 minutes later, about Maddie's disappearance. And I go, that's too coincidental. 2 events like that in a single afternoon. I don't believe in coincidences. Didn't believe that, but wanted to,
But then he calls you and tells you to come down so they can get a hotel room because the police are searching the premises. And at no point did you pull him to the side, even away from Jennifer, and say, look, son, I don't know what's going on, but all of this stuff is smelling fishy. Like, this is smelling more fishy than salmon right now. I something's going on. You need to talk to me. You need to tell me what's going on because you're looking sus as fuck, and we need to talk about this and figure out what we need to do. And go from there. You never did that. You just completely continued to feed into his BS while getting him in a hotel room and then being upset and being like, well, you called me and said you needed an ally, or why did you call me and you didn't even spend any time with me? You didn't talk to me. You didn't do anything. When I came down to get the hotel room, and then Stephan says he needed an ally. And then Chris is like, for what? Because you didn't even talk to me. Yet you knew that it was sus that he got the flat tire. You knew that he was telling a lie about Maddie disappearing. And yet still after that, you get a hotel room with him and never ask him a question, never say anything. I don't buy it. If Chris Stearns was a cop for several years, that makes him a mandated reporter. So everything they knew should have been reported to DFACS. Yep. Enable. Out of sight, out of mind. Yep.
I was there to support the story until it was different. And unfortunately, I found out a couple of days later, if I had seen that TV interview that they held the next day, my attitude and demeanor with him would have been considerably different than me making the trip to Orlando and helping he and Maddie out, or Jennifer out, for sure.
But again, you're saying that you found it sus and you still went down there and supported and helped him out. I mean, that interview would have made you see it differently, not the fact that he got a flat tire and Maddie was missing and things you said you found sus to begin with. That didn't. Oh, Sally Mae, I'm glad you were gifted. Chris Stearns was a dispatcher for 6 months and a cop for 6 months back in the 60s and 70s. He didn't go to any police academy. Okay, thank you for that. Abella's our Southern Canadian.
Sure.
The police kicked everybody out of the townhouse and quarantined it, roped it off. They had no money. They had no place to go. He didn't want to go to the in-laws' house, of course, or to her mother's house. They got along like oil and water. But it was...
Why is that? I wonder.
Chris went there to get them into a hotel and to be there as emotional support for them for a missing child, not for anything else.
not for an escape route or to hide them.
Nope.
You knew that Madeline was missing. You didn't know why. And you thought, I can give them a place to stay.
Yeah. And then
I mean, you say not for an escape route or to hide them, which I believe, because I mean, you can't hide at a hotel, especially when the cops are already finding you. But yet you say in a jail phone call that happened before this, but was released recently, that you wish he would have told you the story that they came up with, because that story was completely unbelievable, making it seem like if they had talked to you and told you the story they had planned, you would have helped them come up with a better one. Please miss me with your BS.
then I wanted some quality time with them.
That girl.
And again, I just kicked myself for not seeing that TV interview, because my conversation would have been.
It was after you couldn't have seen it.
I know that, but the interview took place before I got up there. That's the thing, but I didn't find out about it till Friday, and it happened on Tuesday. But my conversation with him would have been very confrontational. And I wouldn't have been satisfied until I got the truth from him. I questioned him as best as I could. Now that he was in incarceration, obviously he couldn't give me the answers. The best he could come up with is that I wasn't able to think. Well, he was thinking a lot of other things and taking a lot of actions and doing a lot of things that obviously he was thinking. But again, that would be an appropriate response from Stephan, because again, keep telling the lie. But the amount of time that I had from 2:15 Wednesday morning until
you say that's the appropriate response from Stephan. Keep telling the lie, and keep the lie going. But again, you're not holding him accountable at all. You reference the jail call and say that he says he wasn't in his right state of mind. What he says specifically is it was like the motor was running, but a chimpanzee was behind the wheel, when he talks about his state of mind during this time period. Yet you say you don't, I don't remember what you say, but you damn sure aren't holding him accountable for it. Carolina said that's what a normal parent would do. These folks are abnormal as fuck. They might as well have killed Madeline. I don't think that they killed Madeline. I mean, I don't. It's their actions over time, over Stephan's whole life, that have contributed to the death of Maddie, in my opinion. And I don't know how else to say that. I mean, that's how I feel about that. Chris told the police he wished he was smart enough that he had gotten rid of that phone, then retracts it immediately as soon as he realized he just said that to a cop. Yeah, and that goes back to Maxie May, what I was just saying about him saying that he wished that he would have known the story, because he would have helped them come up with a better one. Again, I mean, one way you're telling us one thing here, but your actions and things that you said that you thought weren't going to be private say completely different.
4 p.m.
Right.
I spent a total of 35 minutes with him, and it was over 3 different occasions. First of all, find that he wasn't at the hotel that morning, and then to learn later that he had left that hotel, went to St. Cloud, went to Northport, and came back. And then obviously so exhausted, he passed out in bed, didn't see him again until 3 o'clock. And again, no time for conversation, because now we're down in the lobby of the hotel, and he's now being escorted to supposedly a press conference, which there was a press conference, but he was immediately taken to the rear of the sheriff's department and put in a detention room, and later that evening arrested. Never had a chance to have a conversation with him.
Okay, that makes sense.
I mean, but you did. You had a chance to have a conversation with him when you found the second piece of evidence that made you question a bunch of things, which was Maddie's missing. And then you get the hotel room. I'll be damned if I'm going down somewhere that's an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, however far away it is, and I'm buying my child a hotel room with their significant other. You're coming into my room and you're going to have to sit down and have a conversation with me. No, we're going to talk about this. We're going to have a conversation. I want to know every damn fart you made in the past couple of days. I want to know where you took your breaths, how many breaths per minute you had, what was your I want every single last detail. How many birds did you see in the sky? I'm not, no, I'm coming down here, I'm buying a motel room, and we're going to sit down and have a conversation. You did have a chance to have a conversation with you. I think personally that he wasn't ready to have that conversation because he was worried about what the answers would be, because in his heart, in his mind of mind, in his hearts of hearts, in his subconscious, he already knew. That's just my opinion. And it's just that, an opinion. Hey, guilty of crime.
Yeah.
And there was some issue about one YouTuber who called out Chris as a liar because he said he saw a picture on the phone.
Yeah, much later, I mean, I'm having a conversation again, thinking I'm having a private conversation with the deputies back in July. And, you know, Jen that evening had provided some very graphic detail of the image. She told me in her story was that there was a group of photos that they had downloaded off of Stephan's phone. They wanted to show these images, this package of images to Jennifer. She said that she couldn't see them, but agreed to look at one. Then she shared with me in graphic detail what that image was. 5 months later, I'm thinking throughout that time that she had the opportunity to maybe grab a photo of that, and because once you describe that to me, I can't get it out of my mind. It becomes ingrained and printed, and I'm thinking that there's an image in my mind that I must have seen a photo, and instead of asking a question, I made a comment to the police, and then one of these YouTubers accused me of lying and making this stuff up, and it was really my bad. I apologize.
I mean, to be fair, the way you stated it was that Jen had photos on her phone that you saw, and one of them was disturbing. I'm glad that I heard that part again for the second time, because what he's referencing, a trigger warning, everybody, is the picture that they showed Jen of Stephan receiving oral from Maddie and her face being in the picture. And I'm assuming that's what she described to Chris as she was calling and asking him to get an attorney for Stephan. Yeah. You know, all of that should just be, look over there, not over here. Let's just disregard the fact that I called Stephan's dad to immediately get him an attorney after I found out that he raped my child for 7+ years. And I told him also what the picture was of their son's member in my daughter's mouth. And we're still just, this was in the phone call to get an attorney, if I had to guess. So make of that what you will.
I thought it was an image I saw when in fact it was a graphical image in my mind, but I thought I'd seen a photo. So I apologize for that. But again, you're dealing.
I mean,
with
I've
this.
never seen the photo, but I could almost guarantee what it looks like, because it's not that hard, especially once you hear the depiction, the details.
Stuff 7-8 months ago, there's a lot of stuff going on that evening, especially, trying to gauge Jennifer's demeanor after learning that her daughter had been SA'd. If it was me, I'd be beating the crap out of somebody, whether I physically could or could not.
And you're right, Maxime. They said about the phone, about the videos and images Stephan had on his phone, that they believe it was him and Jen doing it for money, not that their son was a chomo. He referenced it specifically as a criminal enterprise.
And she was totally composed and
Deb sits there just quiet
and
Unemotional.
quite calm about the whole thing. It was just very strange.
What? Now that we're on this topic, there's.
She's unemotional, but you're coddling your son on all these phone calls, not holding him accountable for shit.
The rumor out there about there being SA in Stephan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys. Even there's rumors about
just me
giving him explicit material. Again, I can't use terms because.
Did you see her move? How many times she just moved and started fidgeting? They're calling her on her BS, and she's nervous about it. Like, she references Jen. The only thing she was doing was shaking her leg, which she always does. Deb just got so nervous when they said that and started fidgeting. When Dr. John said that, I backed it up a little bit. So watch Deb. Watch how she fidgets when he references them covering up for the essay. Dang it. Hold on. I'm trying to. Okay.
And
Unemotional.
quite calm about the whole thing. It was just very strange.
What, now that we're on this topic, there's a rumor out there about there being essay in Stephan's background. I think some of the rumors involve you guys even. There's rumors about
Just me.
giving him.
They were muted. She looked down, laughed, and said, "Nope, just me," and smiled about it.
Explicit material. Again, I can't use terms because of YouTube, but what, could you guys set the record straight on that?
You bet. Number one.
You bet. Oh yeah, you bet. Come on, tell us. Come on and hit us with some lies.
It was, from what we heard, it's Hustler magazine, the nastiest magazine that was ever printed. Never
Right.
take it home. I would never buy it, and I would certainly never give it to my child. I mean,
None of that material existed in our house. But you know, I'm sure, you know, back then, that day and age, you know, magazines tossed to the street in trash cans. Somebody has it. Other kids bring it to school. Maybe they even try to sell it. But you know, certainly that type of.
I personally don't believe that. I believe that she would have done that. I believe 100% she would have bought him that magazine. And notice again, just like when she talks about the roommates of his and possibly paying off those people and taking a manila envelope, Chris Stearns takes over the conversation and starts talking, and she remains quiet when it's a question directed specifically at her and about her, just like they did when they reference the roommates and paying them off. Oh, they're nasty, but not what your nasty son possessed, huh? Right. Playboy, yeah, pretty much. It has articles and pictures of adult women who are there and pose for the picture, and that's it. It's not CSAM. It's not anything close to what Stephan had on his phone. Good point, Cindy. How would she know if it's the nastiest or most, I don't know what the word would be, the most graphic, I suppose, unless she's seen it. Marion says, Chris says none of that stuff in our house, but the torso is right. And the flash drive with all the other CSAM, no.
The stuff circulated. Have no idea where he came in possession of this, but it was not provided by us, and there was never any physical abuse or sexual essay abuse at home. None of that. He was always provided a warm, loving, caring environment. So
again, clearing their name. Remember the phone call we just heard where she's like, "Were you ever sexually abused?" And he's like, no, it wasn't anything you did. In fact, you were a little bit harsh on the punishment. And she's like, I need to know who I need to go mama bear on. Clearing their name for the public.
None of that's true.
Do you think there were any red flags in that area in terms of, I don't know, maybe some of the girls he was dating in high school, or did you see any red flags about any unusual sexual interests or problems?
His first girlfriend he had in California, he was really had a big crush on her.
Okay.
You know, we met her, sweet girl. We left California when the state went batshit crazy, excuse my French, but hey, it's California. And we left there and came to Florida. You know, at that age, your kids circulate through kids like people go through revolving doors. You know, one kid comes in, hey, this is so-and-so, okay, and then you never see him again. There was a parade of those instances or what have you. One of the dogs, a friend of his came in, an acquaintance of his came in, and she didn't appreciate him. She let it be known too, kind of nipped him in the backside. You want to say?
She wouldn't let him in the door.
Hey, Bridie
Yeah.
Wolfie.
She backed him up against the wall
Not coming in.
and nipped him on the butt until he went out the door again. And we later found out this was the same friend of his that overdosed on heroin and died.
Oh.
There was another incident, and I don't think we've ever brought.
Okay, now they're talking about how this friend was not a good person and the dog attacked him right away, like basically insinuating that the dog knew he was a bad person. Okay, but then you reference it like, you know, oh, he nipped him in the bud. We didn't really think anything of it. You know, we just thought the dog didn't like him. And then you say, we later found out he overdosed on heroin. Like, that's a horrific thing that this person should not have done. No, people who use substances should not use substances. But once it gets to the point to where they could possibly overdose, the time to stop has come and gone. It's not in their control anymore. The drug has taken control of the person. Yet you're blaming this person for overdosing on heroin and saying, oh, he was a bad person. And we later found out he overdosed on heroin. Look how bad he is. He's so bad he overdosed on heroin. Yet your son is got the CSAM and doing all of that stuff, and he's not a bad person. And we need to know who we need to go mama bear on and help you come up with a better story. And why isn't Jen being held accountable and blaming Maddie? But we're going to blame the person who overdosed on heroin on the fact that he was a substance abuse user. Like he had control over it. That comment irritates me. That shit hits real close to home for me. And I'm sorry, but F you for that, Deb. That's a big F you. So I apologize. I'm getting my personal feelings out of that.
Brought this up before, and that is in California, he was walking down the street with a couple of friends and his girlfriend, and this man was very inappropriate with them. And I'll let Chris tell you the rest of it, but
well, yeah, cat call or something, and there's
lewd cat call.
There was a shout out to him, and the truck spun around and came back. This guy unfolded himself out of the truck. He was that big, and physically started assaulting Stephan to the point that he was choking him to death. Is coincidental to that, we had just come back from
Genevieve, I don't think the older brother will be subpoenaed because the older brother saw how fucked up this shit was, and he was like, I'm getting the fuck out of here, and left. From what I understand, he doesn't have anything to do with the family. He has totally removed himself from them, changed his last name by removing 2 letters from it. See, yeah, like that guy, whoever he is, does not want anything to do with that. And right, the girlfriend was 14 years old. You can see it in the pictures. She's a lot younger. If it's the one that we have pictures of, I think her name is Kelsey. She's way younger than him. I mean, I saw it. Hey, California Army or Amy. Tom said everything is always someone else's fault. Right. And that's the issue. Never being held accountable. Everything is always somebody else's fault.
Sequoia National Forest. We went camping with the church group, and Stephan had a pocket knife in his pocket and stabbed the guy in the chest to defend himself. The guy was later arrested for physical assault, and Stephan defended himself. But
I know he didn't just say the person that Stephan stabbed was from the camping trip they went on with the church.
I realized that he suffered PTSD from that. I didn't realize that until several years later that he was experiencing that.
He was haunted by it.
Yeah.
He was haunted
What
by
was the just to clarify?
Maddie was haunted by what your son did.
What was the trigger? What was the cause of that?
There was a very lewd remark made, and a shout back to the guys. And it turns out the guy was a meth, but a shout out to the guys that went driving by the truck, maybe an FU or what have you.
I'm sorry, Hedda. Yeah, I mean, a lot of us have been through a bunch of shit. It doesn't make us turn out this way. Right. Her name was Kendall. Thank you, Boomer. The story of them walking is probably quite different than he told his parents. Yep. And his parents would have hung on to every single word he said. Another FU to Deb for dissing Stephan Stern's roommate for going to community college for it. What the fuck is wrong with that? Also, what college does Stephan go to? Another great point.
and they
Right.
spun
Flipped
around
him,
and
they
came
flipped
back.
the bird. They flipped
Okay.
the bird. Now he spun the truck around and came after him.
And Stephan was the only one that was physically attacked. Karate or no karate, he couldn't get the guy off of him.
And how old was Stephan?
16, 17.
Maybe 16.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was a really thin guy back then. You
Yeah.
know.
Was
First I
there,
see him.
when you talk about the line that was starting during his early adolescent years, it sounds like, did any of that become criminal behavior at all, or did he ever get disciplined for any, antisocial or unusual, problematic behavior at that age?
No, that's the thing. There was never any issues with him. You know, I guess a parent's greatest fear is that the kid becomes an alcoholic or a drug addict. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I'd have a pretty big fear about something like that too. I don't know. I believe that there was signs and there was issues and that he did have certain behaviors. But number one, he came up at a time period where that stuff wasn't as recognized as it is today. And number two, I think Deb would have fucking thrown it under the rug and been like, absolutely not. My child is not like that. There's nothing wrong with my child, because that's how she would have seen it, as if there was something wrong with him. And absolutely not my child. You're not putting that on him. I could hear it. Fawny, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And that was so very sweet and supportive of you. Fawny said, shout out what allegedly just said, help people, not condemn. Yep. Anna said, another FU to the Stearns just because. No doubt.
I have conversations with other friends or what have you who tell me stories about not their kids per se, but other kids. And it's tragic what happens with these kids. They get started in this stuff at such a young age. And there was an incident one time where we were gone for the afternoon and came home and I went up the stairs and Stephan was coming down the stairs and I had to stop midway and I go, whoa, time out. Oh my gosh. I said, come here. And I said, have you been drinking? And he just reeked of alcohol. Well, apparently he spent the afternoon sampling every alcohol that we had. And we soon got rid of all the alcohol in the house. And believe it or not, he was heading out the door to take his friend home.
What was his age? What was the age at that time?
17. It was just before California. So I don't know, 17. And sent him to his room and didn't see him for 2 days.
I mean, and there was nothing else other than that. Just, take all the alcohol out of the house and send him to his room. And you don't see him, not that he was grounded for 2 days, not the car was taken away. I mean, I'm sure they didn't let him take his friend home, but nothing else. Again, that's why he got away with what he got. That's why he is the way he is. This is Sarah said, they said, do we even know our son? They knew. I agree.
He passed out and I took the friend home who told me what had been going on that afternoon. But that's the worst thing that we had experienced at that time.
Mm-hmm. So when you have these incidents, did you guys sit down and kind of have a heart-to-heart with him at all? I mean, what was communication like between you guys?
Oh, we had open communication and dialogue with him all the time. What we didn't have from him was truth, or that if he was having a problem, he would come share it with us. He was very close and close-knit to himself. I mean,
you had a problem with truth, yet you never did anything about it. And if he had a problem, he would keep it to himself. And did you do anything to try to combat that or make that better?
Never came to us. Very rarely, unless he needed money, that he came to us with a problem. Hey, I got a problem. I mean, I felt and told Stephan that, why didn't you come to me with this problem that you experienced on Sunday evening or Monday morning, whenever this took place? Hey, I screwed up. Oh, okay. because the first thing I would have suggested is I'm coming there and then I'm going to take you to the police. You got to turn yourself in. Let's be out in front of this. And I always told them to be out in front of this. The minute you've done something wrong, own it, fess up to it, and get out in front of it. And
you told him that, but you didn't enforce it. You never enforced it. Or he wouldn't be like this. Even on the jail calls, you're not enforcing it. Your actions speak louder than words, and those are just words to him, and that's all they ever will be. Hey, real Pocahontas, it's good to see you. Right, Darla? I think their heads were buried so far in the sand, aka up Stephan Stern's hind end, that denial was a river in Egypt in them. Yeah, I agree, Cindy. Darla said, understatement of the year, folks, right?
And I guess he thought he was smarter than the average bear, what have you, because obviously if you look at the timelines and the sequence of the chronological narrative summary, what have you, is like, how could he not realize that his trail was being followed? They know everything he did. How can you, in today's technological environment that we live in, do you think you can get away with anything? You can't sneeze and not know that you've sneezed. I don't know how he thought he could get away with any of this.
Because his whole entire life he got away with everything. Because y'all, chose to look the other way? Chose to not hold him accountable? I mean, and this is what happens. He had a God complex like no other, because his whole life he has been enabled to an obsessive point and been able to get away with everything. And so he thought he could get away with the ultimate crime because he's been able to get away with everything up until this point. You still gave him money every time he called. And still do.
Our deepest desire is to discover more about Stephan, learn from him. And we're going to kind of lean on you, John, to help us provide some clarity to Stephan. It's a son that we didn't know versus what we did know about our son, and the complete opposite of one another. We feel blessed that we found you guys. You reached out to us and it gave us the opportunity to do a deep dive into your channel, and it was a welcome relief to see the professionalism of what you guys put out there, and the fact that John's got a medical background brings a lot of legitimacy to your channel. You guys truly represent what we believe should be represented in these crime channels that exist out there, and not the circus that they do represent. I mean, but it's a shame. It's reckless abandonment that they utilize. It's basically inciting a lynch mob against us, and God forbid anybody should cross their paths.
I mean, if you felt like there was a lynch mob before, there's even more of one now, because now it's been made public that you're still to this very day blaming everybody except your son for the homicide of this child, including the child.
Because they'll just attack you. I mean, you look at these broadcasts that they have, and then you just watch the thread of comments that are made as if they're really relevant. But I guess the people feel, and maybe you can answer this, John, is that why do people feel like that they have to lash out if not to make themselves feel better about themselves? I truly don't understand that. The fact that they spend these hours watching this stuff is just amazing. Don't they have lives?
Yeah, and I want to say, it's almost, this is what I've seen oftentimes in the true crime community. It's almost like you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. None of us can imagine what you're dealing with right now. Maybe there are some people, I'm sure there is a small club out there.
And again, I've tried to be like that with them this whole time. I could never imagine what you're going through. God forbid anybody ever have to know what that feels like or imagine what that feels like. But then you hear the phone calls and realize that up to this very day, they're still blaming everybody but him. They're still not holding him accountable. He has committed the ultimate crime in two aspects. In every aspect you could think of, he has committed that crime. As far he's hurt a child for years and years and years and then committed homicide on a child, and you're still not holding him accountable. You're telling us this to the public and then acting completely different in private. Like Blue Sapphire said, the only victim is Maddie. She is a victim because of your pig son. End of story. That's it. That's all, folks. Hannah said, judgy much, Chris. Get off your high horse, sir. One day you'll fall off it and it will hurt. Yep. That was John's uncomfortable laugh. I felt it.
That understands a bit of what you're going through, but I would say the majority of people have no idea the type of situation and what that is like for both of you. No one, I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. And it's true, if you don't speak, shame on you for not speaking up, right? And if you do speak, they're going to scrutinize everything that you say.
Damn if you don't. So yeah. We've been handcuffed for the last 7 months, almost 8 months. We've been held to strict silence. And so I think we've been chastised, criticized for not responding, but people don't realize that, there's some legal proceedings going on here, and we don't want to misspeak. And now that all the information is out there, not that we knew anything, because we didn't know anything until it was released to the public. So we're learning
I think you knew a lot more than what you're letting on.
Just as much as everybody else does whenever this information is released. Stephan is constrained to tell us anything because he's under instructions from his attorney. So, and obviously what we have learned has been quite shocking to us.
Was it really?
Very disappointing to say the least. And then, of course, now we're trying to self-analyze, what we did or didn't do that caused this, and we're not even sure. Well, we know we're not the cause of it.
No, you didn't cause the homicide, but you created the monster that committed the homicide with all of your coddling, never making him take accountability, and still to this day playing Mama Bear. Who does Mama Bear need to come and attack? Why isn't Jen being held accountable? Why isn't she on an ankle bracelet? Why isn't she in jail? You lost someone you loved too. Ma'am, that's not love. That's abuse.
We're trying to pursue a conversation about an accident Stephan had 30 years ago as the possibility of causing this TBI.
Okay, let's talk about the TBI. I have documents for it where they sued somebody in court. If you want to say that a traumatic brain injury from 30 freaking years ago caused this situation, there would have been signs. And you're sitting here saying there was never any signs. You never saw anything. So, you just, again, contradicted yourself. There would have been signs. And there were signs, but you're sitting here saying there aren't any.
30 years ago, when Stephan had this accident, and just so the public can know what that consisted of, Stephan was literally run over by a pickup truck twice. He and a friend were playing in a parking area, and when he was 7 or 8 years old, the guy came out to his truck, a small Toyota pickup truck. Hey guys, how you doing? Gets in the truck and immediately backs over them. Pushes Stephan down into a bit of a hole in the parking lot, drove right over him, and hit him in the head with the bumper as he backed up the first time, and then if that wasn't enough, he pulled forward and ran over him again. The fact that Stephan isn't
they hit him in the back of the head first, and then when Stephan raised up to look, he heard the kid screaming. He quickly put it in gear and drove forward and hit him in the front, and then came up over his body, up over his pelvis area.
The fact that he isn't.
They did provide the environment that promoted this behavior. And of course, they're going to talk about the TBI, which there's no record of except for the fact that they sued somebody for it. That's the only records that are now still available because they're going to try to use that for the defense.
Wasn't permanently disabled and wheelchair bound is a miracle.
Thank the mud.
But there wasn't when he was released from the hospital.
Thank the mud, which you say your name is in, and even though you didn't do that yourself.
The doctor said, "Hey, be cognizant of any difference in his attitude and his demeanor and such." And we pressed for more information, and we just told that he could have some headaches, dizziness, nausea, sensitivity.
The real Pocahontas said, why did y'all let him play in a parking lot? Everyone's fault but their own. Again, yes, absolutely. I'm going to skip this to about an hour and we'll go to an hour and 5 minutes because I do want to get through this today, and I've only got about 45 minutes left. I want to talk about specifically what Miss Lily was talking about. That's at about an hour and 30 minutes, where he talks about the flash drives and things like that.
But
yeah, no, I'm not faulting you. I think I'm just more interested in whether I guess part of my question is whether you thought that his problems rose to the level of seeking help,
Okay.
or do you feel like they were kind of under that bar?
We're going to back that up a little bit because we need to hear what that was about. We'll take it to 1 hour.
And he's always into the latest and greatest of toys. And my God, being exposed to all the toys available at Disney, forget about it. Oh my gosh.
But again, it goes back to you spoiling him. He was always into the latest and greatest because all he had to do was ask mommy, and mommy got it for him, just like mommy got him out of all the trouble in his whole entire life, which led to the person he's become today.
He was
Star Wars.
What are those?
Kimagachis.
Thank you. Those things. He had a collection of those. I don't know. Unbelievable. Lightsabers. Boy, you could come down. Forget about coming to the house. You could get your head lasered off. Lightsabers all over the place. And it spent all his money on that. It's like, hey, but we're not taking care of your car.
Right.
So we're talking lightsabers as a 37-year-old, not.
He didn't have to take care of his car. He didn't have to pay rent. He didn't have to worry about bills because mommy and daddy would do it for him.
16.
Correct.
Well, both.
Both. Okay.
Yeah.
Never got over it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Maintaining.
But yeah, it's odd to me that a 37-year-old man would buy one of those. What is it? The white helmets on the bad guys.
Star Wars helmet, whatever.
And glove, whatever the glove was that.
Well, listen, you've got these guys that are just into this stuff and they just collect the stuff, and he obviously had a fetish for it. What can I say?
What kind of term is that? He had a fetish for it. I mean, again, why would you use that term? That makes me nervous.
John, do you have any more questions about?
And you just made him having a fetish for something more acceptable by using that word. I mean, that's your word that you use in general conversation, especially in conversation with your loved ones behind the scenes. You would use a word like fetish when describing his obsession and fascination with lightsabers in the movie Star Wars. So, I mean, with a word like fetish and making it acceptable for him to be fetishized with lightsabers and Star Wars, did that make it the fetishizing okay? Did it make him feel like his fetishes were more acceptable?
Stephan growing up or these types of.
Do you see the
Yeah.
See the disconnect between how we were just never able to just get him to assimilate into adulthood, and said, hey, draw the line in the sand, step over the line, and now we're an adult. Leave this behind, or just visit it every now, but the focus is being an adult. I kept waiting for that shoe to drop, and it just never.
It never did, because you were always there. You always supported him. And if it wasn't you, it was Deb. He never had to. If he never had to take accountability, if he never had to grow up and be an adult, if he got away with everything, he's going to continue to do it until you kick him out on his ass and make him stop.
Never got there.
The other thing that we were chastised for, apparently, was allowing him to have a firearm. That was brought up. And
I don't see a problem with that personally. I mean, I think he's a little immature for it, but other than that.
That was for his 25th birthday?
No, 21st birthday. He was
21 was the tattoo.
No, again, he was robbed at gunpoint at 18.
Mm-hmm.
And he swore up and down that when he became legal age, he was going to be able to defend himself. So when that happened, I immediately joined him, and I hired a former Black Ops guy.
Bad girl, what a great statement. I think Deb didn't want him to grow up and become a man, and you still see that in the way she says, who do I need to go mama bear on in the phone calls? And it's not my son's fault. It's Jen's fault. It's Maddie's fault for getting in the bed with him. Even Stephan's like, she had an Electra complex. Never taking accountability, responsibility, and Deb never making him take accountability or responsibility for the fact that he is the adult in the situation, and you can't do that as an adult. You are the one that has to make the decision, not the child.
We spent 40 hours, Stephan and myself, with this instructor for 40 hours doing...
Not all at one time.
Right. One-to-one training with him.
Did competitions?
Yeah, we participated in competition. He was very responsible with that. Taught me a lot, because he invested time in educating himself about firearms and what have you. But it was a method for me to bond with him, because I wasn't going to hang out in the Star Wars arena. I wasn't going to get caught up in Gamagachis. I wasn't going to be doing that with him.
Or Warhammer.
But we did go and participate and compete in gun competitions, and it was fun. It was a bonding opportunity, and that's why I got involved with it.
So Nessie UK says, I can't remember a boyfriend ever fetishizing about a Star Trek headpiece. Right. I'm here to tell you, Mr. Speculating is very much into Star Trek, Stargate, all of that. He likes Star Wars and things like that. But Mr. Speculating, when I met Mr. Speculating, he had 4 children he was taking care of by himself. He's always been get up, go to work, make money, provide for your family. He's not out buying lightsabers. He's not out buying movie memorabilia. We're saving money. We're trying to move. We're putting food in the house. We got kids here that love to eat. Like it's a part of growing up. Would he like to have some of that stuff? I'm sure he would. Maybe. I mean, but again, thinking about him, he would put it more towards like another vehicle, a go-kart or 4-wheeler for the kids. Like, I mean, it's just weird. The man never grew up because the man never had to grow up.
Yeah, Lauren, to answer your question, I did have another question. After the accident, you guys mentioned that you thought there were symptoms of PTSD. It sounds like maybe there could have been some depression too. I'm not quite sure, but
yes, completely.
Did you guys ever consider, or did you get him into counseling, or did you try to get any help for him at any point?
Well,
long pause there. The answer in the end is going to be no, if I had to guess. I thought precocious was a good thing. What does precocious mean? Because I thought it was nice that she called her that. I don't know what precocious means. I thought it was like positive, presumptuous, happy, bouncy, energetic. I thought that's what that meant. Did I have it wrong?
He, you know, as an adult, he was in counseling and
Been
getting,
Okay.
years.
you know, for years. So
Okay.
I don't
Okay,
know.
that's
Obviously,
good.
we're not privy to what was
Yeah.
discussed and what have you, but
Exactly, Nessa. Jen was his surrogate mother. He absolutely was. She absolutely was. Excuse me.
I know I'm not. I'm not faulting you. I think I'm just more interested in whether you. I guess part of my question is whether you thought that his problems rose to the level of seeking help, or do you feel like they were kind of under that bar still
I felt
as a
like
child?
I thought they were under the bar. I never thought that, oh my God, you know, he's so bad. We need to go and get him help. You know,
Yeah,
let's go put him in a hospital somewhere.
yeah, no, it was nothing like that. I mean, again, the son we
If you had thought that, you would never mention it out loud. You would never say that out loud. I think there were signs there that man needed to be put in a hospital or he needed some kind of help, but you wouldn't have done it. You talk shit about Jen Soto before going to the hospital because she's hiding from the public by being in the hospital. I mean, which I'm sure she could be. Don't get me wrong. I ain't got no sympathy for Jen either, but you wouldn't have done it. You think Jen is shitty for going into the hospital. And that's very true, Janet. Moss Mommy said precious means being advanced for your son. So it can be an insult or praise. Okay. Fawny said Trekkies speculate what headpiece was Stephan Stearns into. Good question. I try to make polls, but my computer can't handle it. She's referencing precocious puberty. Oh, goodness. They did. They paid off a roommate. They didn't seek help. They paid off a roommate. He obviously needed help and needed to be seen by somebody for that. Exactly. No, ma'am.
we knew versus the son we now know, two different people. Yeah.
Yeah. And when he did get counseling as an adult, do you know anything about that? Do you know like what age and how long, or did he talk about that with you guys at all?
He was still going through it up to 3 months before he was incarcerated. He was with counseling for years.
Yeah.
Up to 3 months before he was incarcerated. He wasn't talking about the things he needed to be talking about, obviously, which was the abuse of Maddie. Exactly, Sarah. Considering their position, they should not be judging anyone at all, whatsoever.
It was something he sought out voluntarily, or
yeah.
I think he did it because he wanted to get a marijuana.
Okay.
Okay.
So in other words,
so you're thinking that he wants to get into counseling just so he can get a medical marijuana card, and you see that and you know that, yet you again didn't do anything. You presented it just a second ago as, oh yeah, he was in therapy, he was doing this good thing, he was talking to a therapist, he was trying to work through his issues, but then 5 minutes later it's just because he wanted a medical marijuana card. Like, do you see the issues yet with these people?
So that would imply that the reason he was going was for symptoms of trauma?
I guess we don't know. We don't know.
I think he felt like he needed it to I don't know, for anxiety, depression.
He had anxiety.
To calm him. I don't know.
Okay.
John, he didn't want to attempt to do something unless he thought he could do it well. It was hard to get him to take that first step to try something new.
Okay.
He didn't want to attempt to do anything unless he knew he could do it well, which is great when you think about the CSAM. I mean, he didn't want to attempt to be an adult, maybe, unless he knew he could do it well. That's when you make him be an adult, regardless of what he wants to do or what he wants to attempt. This is Sarah. Thank you so much for the support and the super chat. This is Sarah said, why did he have a firearm? Does anyone know? He probably just got infatuated with it and collected them, you know? Scratch the paint, put the no sir emoji. Exactly.
So it sounds like he was also a bit of a perfectionist.
Self-perfectionist and a perfectionist with everybody else. around him. You know, he was, I think he was an emotional bully.
You think?
Could you say more about that?
Please?
Well, because I think he wanted people to rise to his level when they're talking. You know, if they're talking and they're not making sense to him, he would say something about it.
And you rose to his level at every occasion. You rose to his level all the fucking time, even on the jail phone calls. You always rise to his level. You see the issue, yet you do nothing but support it and feed into it by rising to that level.
People don't understand. Stephan had an IQ that bordered on genius. Seriously, I'm not saying that because I'm his mother. I'm saying he was tested. He was very high IQ, but the functionality level that he had with that IQ was not there. It didn't match unless he wanted it to. And when it matched, it was magical and it clicked. He could become almost expertise in anything once he did a deep dive into something that interested him. Unfortunately, nothing that he went to find a job with interested him. So,
yeah. Was that testing done, by the way, as a consequence of the TBI, or was it? Let me back up a little bit. That after his his accident and the traumatic brain injury.
I'm listening as I question this genius level ability, because when you hear the phone calls, they do use rather large words. He seems to have a fair understanding of the words, as does she. So I'm trying to figure out when this testing was done, or if it's just something you say to make him appear to be better and smarter than he actually is, which I believe could also be the case.
Injury, and I guess I should say what a TBI. I guess we haven't defined TBI. Maybe some people at this point don't even know what the TBI stands for, traumatic brain injury. So in other words, it would be, in simplistic terms, it would be potential brain damage.
Yep.
So was he, could you talk a little bit more about the aftermath of that? Was he hospitalized for a period of time?
Nope.
So we skip over the IQ thing and go to the TBI. He was not hospitalized for any amount of time. So if I had to assume, he got a concussion. The only proof we have of his TBI is the paperwork where she sued the people that were driving the vehicle. And by the way, in that paperwork, she references herself as mother and best friend. Again, giving you a firsthand look into the toxic relationship that these two had. Kelly said she blames Jen Soto. Unbelievable. They revealed on these phone calls. Shut up, lady. Sorry. Hidden True Crime was too kind to them, and they masked who they were. Not anymore after these phone calls. Right. To be fair, and Hidden True Crime's link is at the top. If you have not subscribed to them, please do so. Nobody knew about these phone calls until they were out. And I understand what Hidden True Crime did here. She tried to give them a platform to come and tell their side. A lot has changed since we've heard these phone calls that were released, and that's why I'm going back through it. She had no way to know that it was like this serious, as serious as it is on these phone calls. She's making him take absolutely no accountability, and it's insufferable.
No, they treated him, kept him for a couple of hours, did a bunch of x-rays, did an MRI, him home. Because I think they offered to keep him overnight, but I wanted him to come home. I would rather be home than in a hospital exposed to a lot of germs. And I'm kind of weird that way. I don't like hospitals, but
you wanted him to come home because you wanted to baby him, which you probably wasn't getting in the hospital. And I think you're weird in a lot of ways, if I had to guess.
I did. I ended up having to take him to a chiropractor to get him to walk straight again. He was walking on a cane for over a month.
Wow.
Okay.
So he walked in there on a cane. He walked out twirling it around like, Groucho Marx.
Probably.
So it worked. But the car had run over his pelvis and his low back.
If y'all don't mind, please hit the thumbs up so we can get out into the algorithm and more people can come be a part of our speculating family. I saw that y'all said the chat was on fire, and it is. That's because of y'all. Y'all make our channel great.
When it hit both. So he got double swatted.
Did you notice any memory loss from after the accident?
Yes, I did. He couldn't recall things.
The way you even just said, yes, he did. It's like they gave you an avenue to take. So you jumped on that train like it was the crazy train on the way to Speculation Station. No, I don't think he did at all whatsoever. But of course, she's not going to say he did it. She's going to find every excuse she can use for her perfect baby boy and jump on that train.
Easily. We would have to sit down and refresh his memory on some things that happened. He would look at pictures and he would say, where was this taken? When was this? So,
I mean, if I had to guess, I would say that he was either playing to make you give him more sympathy because it wasn't really that bad, or when he looked at the pictures or things originally, he had absolutely no interest in it. So he didn't recall seeing them before. That's just my opinion. Again, I was not there. I do not know. I did not see, but that's my hypothesis.
Oh yes, he lost a chunk of memory.
Thank you, Roxanne.
And so was the cognitive testing or the neuropsychological testing, was that done later to kind of assess?
That was that was because of the school system.
Oh,
they highlighted him as they thought potential ADHD, and we ended up going through a doctor then who evaluated him, gave him all kinds of tests and everything, and found that yes, he is ADHD, and he wasn't before. He was very focused before. I mean, the kid was laser scope focused on things. After that, he couldn't keep a conversation going, or he would skip ahead. He would know what you were going to say. He could project out what you were going to say, and he would start answering what you were going to be talking about in 5 minutes before you ever got to it. And it drove his teachers bananas.
Gotcha. And so I presume that whoever did the testing.
Bratty Lil Me has said nothing he went through as a child, getting hit by a car, lightsabers, whatever else they want to come up with, justify that piece of what he did to Madeline. And who knows what other children he may have hurt. At the end of the day, yep, that's 100% correct. None of it justifies it, but this is the root cause.
He knew about the brain injury.
Yes, they had all the records from the
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Interesting. That would be an interesting report to read for sure.
I wish I could find it. I can't. I don't know. It could be buried somewhere, but I can't put my hands on it. I can't. In fact,
right. So
we would like to see the doctor's reports too. And I believe that because there was a lawsuit over the accident, that there is a copy of it someplace in Sarasota in the county. So
yeah, his defense attorney will probably want to see it at some point too, by the way.
They know about it. They said they would find it. We got all the copies of the he was when he had that kidney surgery in California, he was one of the first people that they used the robot on. And so they used his case in a book.
Oh wow.
Wow.
It involved one of his arteries being looped over the top of his ureter, and as he grew and his trunk expanded, it was pulling that artery tight, like crimping a hose.
Yeah.
And he was at a track meet, and after the track meet, he was in so much pain that we thought he was having appendicitis and rushed him to the hospital.
The pain was similar to having kidney stones. I mean, he would be in such excruciating pain, he would throw up.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. But he was, after the surgery, he was okay? It was successful?
Yeah.
Yes, except that it kept him from the military, which is what he wanted to do to begin with. He wanted to join the Air Force. He joined ROTC in high school, loved it. But when he went to enlist, they saw the scars. They were just little puncture scars, and asked him what it was. He said, well, that's where they went in and they just
I mean, but they ask you when you enter the armed forces or any type of military if you've ever had anything happen, all the way down to a broken ankle, don't they? I mean, I've never applied myself, but I'm pretty sure they do. And so for it to get all the way to that point and they're asking him what this and that and third is, that tells me he might have lied on his entry paperwork. Hannah said he isn't crazy. He's dues to Maddie, her family, and the state of Florida is DP. He won't plead guilty. He should take that and just stop trying to pass accountability. But he's never had to take accountability. Why would he start now? Why would he start now? That's the problem. He never had to take accountability for shit, and now he thinks he's completely untouchable, to all the way to the extent of abusing this child and making it seem like some sick, twisted Electra complex, Woody Allen situation. And Jen knew. I'm sorry, she did. They all need to stop it. Every single person around him needs to stop it.
They fix the artery over the ureter. There's no problem with his kidney after that. But because there was a kidney-involved surgery, he was deemed disqualified. Passed all of his testing with flying colors, but because of that, they didn't let him in, and that was a real blow to him. It kind of upended everything he thought he wanted to do with his life.
Yeah. So, and he would have been roughly what, like 19, 20 at that point when he applied for the Air Force?
18.
So because his heart was broken because he couldn't join the armed forces, you never ever made him take accountability and do anything. As a matter of fact, you tried to hand him job after job after job, yet he couldn't get his ass up out of bed to go to work, and you never made him. That's why he thought it was okay to lay in bed and not get up and be held accountable, because you never held him accountable. You even tried to give him jobs most of us out here would love to have, and he still wouldn't get his ass up out of bed, and you still coddled him and supported him and babied him. Oh, Sandra is good, and I appreciate you praying for her. She said that she was going to be in and out. She's got a lot going on today, but I talked to her for about 2 hours this morning. Everything that was going on is okay. It's good now, as far as I know. She can let y'all know what was going on, but I think everything that was going on went good, and so everything's good. So she's doing good from what she told me this morning.
18.
Right?
Straight up.
Gotcha. Okay.
In fact, I took him to the recruitment office.
I bet you did.
I was.
Did you notice after he was rejected for that? Did you notice any changes in his demeanor?
Very depressed.
Of course she did. What, you're going to ask her a question like that and think she's going to say no? She's going to come up with every avenue she can to make an excuse for him. Oh, I'm glad that you're almost to Jamaica. That sounds like fun. She said, okay, I think this is the interview that Chris says Stephan's ribs were ran over and caused a TBI. His brain was in his hips. Yeah, they said that it was run over his hips and his pelvic bone was fractured or it was run over or whatever. And what got him was the bumper. The bumper hit him in the head. Then he sat up and got hit again.
Very angry. Angry,
Okay.
Which ended up being so minimal. Was going to cause such a huge rift in his life.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay. And I presume that he couldn't revisit that after they reject him once, then it's...
No, it stays on their record forever.
Lauren, it sounded like you...
Yeah. Oh, sorry. There was a phone call I was getting and it came up on my earphones and I thought everyone could hear it. So I apologized, but I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I couldn't hear it.
Okay. No, I'm waiting for you to make sure that you have all of your questions. I have a few more questions, but not until you feel like you understand.
I wanted to,
yourself.
thank you guys for sending over kind of a summary of your thoughts before this interview. That was helpful to me. There was one thing that I wanted to read here that really stood out for me. you said, I mean, there's a lot of things that stood up, but this is one that I thought was really interesting, given what we know about what happened with Madeline. I don't have page numbers here, but I'll just read it. You said Stephan has a deep empathy for people.
Mm-hmm.
People that he can use to his advantage, people that he can get to do whatever benefits him in his eyes, number one. But I paused it to say that I do appreciate him saying her name. I think that's one of the few times it's actually been said in this interview. Madeline, Maddie is her name, not her, the child, the girl.
And was the person most of his friends turned to when they were in trouble.
Yes.
And you also talked about how he considered becoming maybe a drug counselor and helping people with that, right? And so,
that was after David's death. Yeah.
And so I think what's interesting to me, I'll have you guys talk about that in a second. I just want to reflect on that for a minute. Is that I think there's this tendency to want to pigeonhole people and say, this guy's a monster, or he's a psychopath, or whatever. But when you say that and you talk about that side of him, I think it's important to recognize this is your son, and this is a complex human being with a lot of different emotions. And even though you guys describe him as a liar and a gaslighter and all, he's all these negative things, it's also important to remember that this is someone with a lot of empathy. Mm-hmm. And someone who for the most part, it sounds like he did want to do good, or he wanted to.
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to disagree. I'm going to have to disagree. He is the monster, and he is the monster that Deb created. Somebody just said, I'm done with his parents. And I was going to let you know that Basil just said he's done too, because he has left the room. Nessa said, what a nightmare going to see Stephan Stearns with your drug issues. Yeah, no doubt. Poor him, and he's disgusting. He wouldn't have lasted not one day in the military. Nope, because all the military people I know would have kicked his damn ass. I know that. A person with a lot of empathy. He has empathy to the extent of, what can I use you for? What can you do for me? He had empathy towards Maddie to the extent of, what can I get out of you? And we all know what he was getting out of her. He has empathy to Jen to the extent of, what can I get out of you? Your medical marijuana, access to your child. He has sympathy and empathy for the people around him that he can use. That's it. That's all. If he can't use you, he doesn't have nothing to do with you. He stalked the shit out of his ex-girlfriend, staring at her from across the Disney complex, the Disney, whatever you call it, Magical Kingdom complex, to the point that she would ask if he moved away because she was done with him and she wouldn't let him exploit her anymore. So he got mad. He doesn't have very many friends. The friends that he did have leave and turn their back on him because they're done with his bullshit. I mean, again, it's just to the extent of, what I can use you for. How can you benefit me? How can you help me? Transactional. Absolutely, Nessa UK.
To to be close to people, to be close to you guys. And so I just want to point out that people can be contradictory. Things are never as simple as they seem, right? And so I thought maybe I would just throw this over to you guys to talk about those contradictions in your son, and how he wasn't just one thing. He was a multitude of things.
Aren't we all?
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
But could you maybe?
Aren't we all? I mean, again, and where does he get that from? From Deb, who is also transactional. What can you do to benefit me?
Could you maybe can you tell us a little bit about the empathy and the positives and the things you really loved about Stephan?
Okay. I'm a big animal person. He had such a love for animals. He was so careful with them. I mean, even when he was living with Jen, they found a kitten in the parking lot that was basically dying, and they scooped it up and took it down and brought it back. She still got the cat. when he went to
They talk about his love for animals and things like that. I mean, I think they're living in the past and don't even know it. Like this is Sarah said.
to help us move Chris's sister out of a place where she was and into a hospital because she has some problems.
She's in assisted living. She has dementia.
Yeah, she has advanced dementia, but she had.
And I mean, going back to the love of animals, I mean, they hang on to that with every fiber of their being. That's all they talk about when they're on the phone with him. Oh, can I write you a note so you can come and be here when the dog gives birth to puppies? And speaking of, love for animals, I don't agree with breeding dogs and then taking their children away. I don't agree with breeding any animal and then taking its child away. That's just me. I mean, I don't know. Him having empathy for animals and being so good and gentle with animals when it's coming from someone who breeds puppies is a little bit of an issue for me. Chris had a sister, so his aunt, and even if he did help his aunt move, I feel like he felt like he needed to do it to keep mom and dad happy.
Had a dog. Well, they found that dog in the apartment in horrible conditions with a harness that was grown into his body, and Stephan couldn't leave the dog behind. He brought the dog home with him, and on the way home, he called. He said, "We've got to get him washed. We've got to get him groomed. He smells. He's got poop all over him." And and so we did. We paid for that, and he brought that dog home, and that's Sailor, and that's who Jen has now as her ESA. So he loved it. He loved the animal. Loved his horse Rue. Really did.
Yeah, go into what Miss Kimmy said, and y'all can read that. And she's talking about the horses. I mean, yeah, your definition of love. He sure did love those horses, ma'am. I need you to take 15 motherfucking seats with that.
Loved all the horses. Loved all the poodles here. He had his own poodle for a while, Shadow. But then when he left home, he couldn't take Shadow with him. And Jen didn't want a big dog.
I'm sorry, Kat.
Because he would jump up and knock Madeline over. So when the chance came to rehome Shadow, we did. And that broke his heart because we did that. But
so instead of getting out of a toxic relationship that he said he should have got out of in the beginning, per the jail phone calls that that we're hearing now, he said that it was a bad relationship. He should have left in the beginning, but no, he chooses to stay there because he has access to the child that he abuses and later commits the homicide on, to the extent of having his favorite dog rehoused. What was more important? I know.
Skippy the squirrel.
Skippy the squirrel. Yes, he was always bringing animals home. He got bitten by a snake, and he came and got me. He says he's holding his it bit me. I'm going, okay. Found a bucket. Had a splatter screen from the frying pan. I put over the top of the bucket. We jumped in the car, ran to the emergency room, and I'm going in there. I'm saying, I don't know what happened or what it is, but my son's been bitten by a snake. Well, this is Florida. We've got quite a few. and I remember that the guy said, "Well, can you describe the snake?" I said, "Well, yeah." I said, "Here it is," and I handed him the bucket, and everybody cleared the room. I mean, people were running. So found out that it was fairly harmless, but still, he would just reach down and grab them, pick them up. Lizards, chameleons, the aquarium. Oh my God! And then he brought home this huge soft-shelled turtle that had been hit by a car. Well, we had.
So he has empathy for animals, but did he have empathy for Madeline? No. Did the fact that she was being hurt and abused by him hurt him? No. Did he care for her at all? No. He committed a damn homicide on her. And these are childhood memories, not after he became an adult.
Had a pool in the backyard where he could rehab that. And my horse was badly hurt in an accident. And I rehabbed him. And really, I think all of us kind of tended to go in that direction with rehabbing animals, and he was going to try rehabbing people, I guess. I don't say that casually. I mean it. seriously.
This is Chris and Debbie. I see you have S. Boone in your name. I just sent Sandra some files on Sarah Boone, so you might want to, if you like Sarah Boone, make sure you're subscribed to Sandra, because she's probably going to be getting some videos out as soon as she can. Blue Sapphire said, did he dump the turtle also? Keep collecting animals to dump with his parents. No pattern to see here. Right. Did he still take care of these animals and have so much concern for them after it became not so popular, after it became old, not new? I doubt it. He did.
You know, he had his ups and his downs, and he had things that he had done wrong, and he dabbled in stuff that he shouldn't have, probably, but
right there,
he never got addicted to it. So
you knew he dabbled in stuff he shouldn't have. And I guess you're referencing drugs, but you mean to tell me there was never any other, there was never anything else that he dabbled in that he shouldn't have? Jen, I can't check Discord right now. I'm trying to upload this video and it takes forever. This is the third time I'm trying, and it's at 15.7%. So I doubt I'll be able to check Discord. She's trying to make up anything to say he did not do anything. Exactly.
I think he empathized with people who did. If that helps, I don't know. He always things that really made me angry, still does, is he always covered for his friends. He would lie to us about what they were doing when they were doing something wrong. And I felt like that was disloyal to us, because he would bring them into our house and ask us to help them. And I would, because my mother did the same thing to me. You know, any of us who had a friend in need, my mother's house was open. If she had.
But to hear you talk about it, your mother raised you in a horrible way.
A child in need, house was open. She took me back in when I needed it. You know, during our almost divorce that everybody seems to be so interested in. It happened over 30 years ago, and if we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger, why can't they just leave us alone about it?
Because you're fucking delusional.
And I don't think that affected Stephan.
Look at her eyes get big.
Didn't last that long.
I don't think that affected Stephan. No, but your parenting did. Your parenting is 100% the reason why he is the way he is. Everything that you did while he was a child and bringing him up and never making him have accountability is the reason he is the way he is. Watch her eyes get big and roll them. I don't think that had anything to do with Stephan. No, the divorce might not have, but you did, ma'am.
If we could get through it and forgive each other and come back stronger, why can't they just leave us alone about it? And I don't think that affected Stephan. Didn't last that long. What was it? 3 or 4 months?
A minute
out of 44 years.
Did you talk to Stephan about that situation?
I never gave him the reason why. And I was going to California because I had to have some surgery done, and I needed to have somebody that could help me rehab from it, because I was not.
He was never exposed to it.
No, he was not.
So it was like a moot point.
I guess it was a point. But I didn't run away to California just to escape Chris. I went there because Chris was working and traveling, and I needed help. And my mother offered to help.
Okay. So you don't see that as having any impact upon Stephan?
No.
If anything,
he was what, 7 years old at that time?
Yeah, he was in elementary school.
Yeah, he wasn't part of it. There wasn't any confrontations because we were separated at the time. So it was just, no, he was.
But from what the friend said, his behavior was to the extent of he couldn't even go to school anymore. You pulled him out to homeschool him, and even the homeschooling was a disgrace. I mean, you coddled him for that, like, and never accountability, never to the extent of he's not even doing his schoolwork, and you're not making him.
Not involved.
So just in general, as a child, how would you describe Stephan?
Before or after?
I would say it's two sides of the same coin. There was one side absolutely delightful and beautiful and wonderful and proud to be his parents, and there was the other side that came later that sometimes you didn't even like him. I mean, I can say I can love somebody, but I don't have to like them. I don't have.
If you felt like that about your son, why didn't you get help? Like family counseling? I mean, and again, he is that way because you raised him to be that way. Whether intentionally or not, it's still your fault.
I have to like the way they act, but that doesn't mean I don't love them. And that doesn't mean that we're ever, despite what anybody on YouTube says or anybody hints at, we are not abandoning our child. He is wounded.
I mean, I know you're not abandoning him, and I don't expect you to, but I do expect you to make him take some damn accountability for once in his life.
He is having PTSD in jail. He has lost a tremendous.
What about Maddie's PTSD that was noted by a doctor?
Amount of weight.
Oh, God.
He is on heart medication, high blood pressure medication, which he was not before.
Break down the violins.
I understand that people think that he needs to suffer. Well, yes, okay. He needs to be punished and maybe he needs to suffer. But don't expect me as a mother to turn off my heart and say, buddy, you're on your own. I don't like you. I don't like what you did. And I'm not going to stand by you one bit.
I don't expect you to do that, but I do expect you to say, I don't like what you did. Why did you do that? You hurt that child. You didn't love her. That's not love. That is abuse. You need to take accountability for that instead of as this person's mother blaming Jen, blaming Maddie, blaming the girl that kissed him at 6 years old and her fucking mother. I don't expect you to not support him or ever talk to him again, but I do expect you to make him take accountability as his parents, since you never did. I mean, I expect you to say, whoa, this is crazy. How have I contributed to this incident? And what do I need to do? I can't change the fact that he has abused this child and committed this homicide, but I can make him take accountability. I can stop blaming everybody else in his life except him.
Because I want him, for the time he has left on this earth, and we don't know how long it is, I will give him as much support as he wants and needs. I want him to be strong in body, mind, and spirit. I want him speaking to God. I want him asking for forgiveness. If we can do what we can to keep his mind active, because he is in solitary and has been for 8 months, I will send him as many books as he wants to read. And it's nobody else's damn business what I do with my money or where I send a book. They all have.
Again, my issue is you blaming Jen and Maddie. Not all of that. I could give a shit less about what books you send him. Make him take accountability and own up to what he did. Because he did. You're telling us out here that you know he did it, that it was bad, and that you're making him take accountability. But then when you get on the phone with him, it's Mama Bear this, Mama Bear that. Who do I need to go Mama Bear on? And Jen, Maddie, and everybody else. Never Stephan.
Have to be approved by the jail. So, and if we want to give him commissary money so he can have coffee or hard candy, whose business is it of it? Really? Wouldn't they do the same? Wouldn't anybody? I mean, I don't understand throwing him out like bad fish.
Yeah, our love is unconditional and unwavering. It's not going to happen. So, and I don't know how a parent could take that attitude and just abandon their child in spite of what they did. Obviously, there's a reason for what happened. He certainly wasn't raised that way, and we're just not going to abandon him. It's not going to happen.
You're his parents.
Yep.
I'm going to read just to.
I don't expect you again to abandon him. I understand that's your child, but at some point this man has to take accountability. And you have spent these jail phone calls blaming everybody else in the world except Stephan. He's the one in the pictures. He's the one that chose to get in the bed with Maddie. And you've even blamed Maddie, saying that they even blame Maddie, saying that Maddie and Jen oogled over him, and you didn't want Maddie. Stephan says he didn't want Maddie in the bed with him, but Jen kept sending her up there. And then you listening to that as a parent, just say, okay, yeah, you should have left that relationship. When do you step in and say, you as the adult in the situation should have said, no, I am not sleeping with this child in the bed with me, but that's not what you wanted. You wanted her in the bed with you so you could abuse her. And you're just passing that off and not making him take any accountability whatsoever for it. That's my fucking issue. I could give a shit less how many books you send him, how much money you put on his commissary, or if you talk to him every 5 minutes out of the day. I don't give a shit. Make him take accountability for what he did to this child.
To reiterate this point, I'm gonna read another short paragraph here that you guys sent that I think makes this point very well.
Yep.
And this is from you guys prior to our interview. It says, as long as Stephan remains on this earth, the love for our son is deep, unconditional, and unwavering. We will not abandon Stephan. We also are not trying to make excuses for him. He did this, and we know that now.
Yep.
But the jail phone calls, it's Jen did this. Possibly Maddie did it to her fucking self. She strangled herself until her hyoid bone broke. Jen did this. Jen did it, and you're taking the fall for it, son. And I wish you'd quit being so chivalrous and make her take accountability. She needs to own up to what she did. Jen Soto does need to own up to the things that she did, but so does your son. And you're not making him at all. Again, I'm not going to sit here and say that I wouldn't support my child if they were in jail and they had nobody else to support them, okay? But at the same time, I would not sit there and blame everybody else for what I know my son did, all the way down to the damn child themselves. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Yep.
So I think it's important to reiterate that not only the unconditional love, but also the recognition that your son did a horrible thing.
Can't escape that. We are 100% on board with the fact that he is possibly identified as the lone perpetrator of all this.
Even now, you can't escape. He said, I cannot escape the fact that he is possibly the lone perpetrator. Not he is the lone perpetrator in all of this. He is possibly still leaving that avenue to back out and say, well, it's not all him. He's not all accountable. Even you, Chris, are saying right now, possibly. And again, if you're saying this here, why aren't you saying it to him on the jail phone calls?
That does not mean that I'm letting Jen off the hook at all.
See, there we go. I don't think Jen needs to be let off the hook either, but I think you do need to hold your son accountable.
I cannot believe that somebody let this go on underneath their nose for 7 years. I don't understand how she didn't have.
I can't believe my son did this for 7 years.
Have a connection with Maddie enough that Maddie could go and say, hey, maybe my, something's not right here.
Well, even the roommates.
I'm scared or whatever.
Roommates even questioned Jen. They said, you're okay with this? You're allowing this? I was like, huh?
Blaming Jen, which she has accountability to take as well, but notice they never mentioned Stephan and what he did. He was the one abusing her.
And apparently she did.
But the immunity just galls me. I'm sorry. It galls me. All of the lies, all of the things that she did are all wiped clean. She never has to worry about it again.
Did they give her complete immunity?
Conditional.
Well, I think it's, I forgot what they call it, derivative? No.
Derivative immunity. Yeah. Which essentially means that at this point in time, she cannot be charged with that interview that she gave or what she shares with police. But if there's additional evidence of a crime that shows up, she could still be charged for.
Yeah.
Well, ask yourself the big question, the really big question out there. All of that stuff on the computer, all of that stuff on his phone, all of the money that was coming in by the handfuls and the way they were spending it. Where did it come from? And could she, I mean, obviously she also participated in spending the money. So do you think she was at all culpable?
We don't know that.
But where is the culpability for your son? Your son was also doing that. If Jen was indeed doing that, your son was also doing that. Where is his culpability?
Don't know.
But we were very suspicious that there was some sort of enterprise going on. And of course, the police won't tell us anything about that. That was one conversation or question I had with them. And it almost sounded like they acknowledged Stephan and eliminating Jen, but something definitely was going on, and I haven't been able to figure that out. But I feel there's something else out there.
I understand that because we think that there's something else out there when it comes to Jen as well. But again, you're not taking any accountability for your son. You're not making him take accountability. SD said, did the Stearns know at this point that the autopsy showed she was strangled to death? I'm sure they did. That came out pretty quickly afterward. Also, all the charges. This was after they had talked to police and said that they were running a criminal enterprise, and the police told them that Stephan worked independently. This is also after the jail phone calls where he says he basically found Maddie, ice cold, lips blue, pale, no longer breathing, even though the autopsy report shows strangled and that her hyoid bone was broken.
There's a bigger web, possibly.
As far as I know, I mean,
I see you, love.
that in all the images they have, there's not a single image that I'm aware of where Jen is in it.
From what I've read, everything is perpetrated by Stephan.
Right. I think there's definitely a lot of.
Did you hear that the way they suck their teeth when they said that? And she's got her head on her head looking down. She's angry. She's upset that everything's on Stephan.
Interest in Jen's potential role, and it's certainly something we've raised on our channel in terms of what did she know and what was her involvement. And right now, my presumption is that while she may not have been the best mother, there's not sufficient evidence to really charge her with any crimes at the moment, or to implicate her, in any of the illegal proceedings that we know of. And that's not to say that can't change.
Yeah. So at this point, we, I guess the next step is the trial, unless, like I said, another shoe drops, but we're not expecting anything else. Of course, we haven't expected any of this either. So, we just sit and wait for the next wave of.
Deb is awfully quiet now that they're talking about how Jen is not being held accountable and saying that Jen, not being held accountable, but saying that Jen basically did nothing. She's real freaking quiet. You can tell she's angry.
Information, if there is anything. I still think it's an open investigation to some degree, but to what extent, I don't know.
I would like to say something.
I bet you would.
Please.
And that is that for all that I thought that their relationship was toxic, which I did, we loved Maddie. And I liked Jen. I didn't love Jen, but I liked her. And I feel great pain for her having lost this child and her family. I can't put that aside.
That's not what you say in the jail phone calls, though. You say that that it's not fair that Stephan is behind bars and he needs to quit being so chivalrous and make Jen hold Jen responsible for something, while he continuously says there's no big grand conspiracy here. And you talk about Jen's family and say you don't understand why they're being held accountable either. Your words on the jail phone calls completely contradict everything you're saying here.
That she has lost her child.
Stephan had to remind you of that. You were holding Jen accountable, and Stephan had to say she has lost a child. And then you said you lost someone you loved too. Again, that's not love, that's abuse.
And so for that, my heart goes out to her, and I say prayers for her. I say prayers for Maddie. I say prayers for Stephan.
Yeah, so much tragedy in all of this. It's just, what started out as going to a birthday party has turned into an absolute nightmare.
That's not.
It
didn't start out as going to a birthday party. It started out with a 3-second fucking game of hold this in your mouth so you can watch cartoons.
I wish I was able to prevent him from going, but it was Maddie's birthday, and that was an occasion.
Asked him to come.
So
she called and specifically asked him to come.
She called and specifically asked him to come. Yet she was crying and didn't want to go home because she knew he was going to be there. Missed me with that. And while him not going to the birthday party or going down there would have kept the homicide from happening, it wouldn't have stopped the abuse. Jen was saying that she was working on moving him back up there permanently, even though Maddie was doing way better while he was gone.
No, yeah.
You happen to live, we've talked about this, in the same city as the Laundries, the Laundries, Brian Laundrie's parents.
Yeah.
And people have compared you to them. And I want to point out something that I think is very clear from the FOIA documents, and that is that you've continuously cooperated with police. And I want to point that out, and thank you for that. And while your voices have sometimes shifted through the process, because as you've stated, you learned things along with the public, you were processing things. I know that since we've been talking to you, and admittedly we have talked to you before this interview, you share different views, and we've watched you sort of progress with the truth and the information that has come out there, just as we have, just as everyone has. And I want to point that out and acknowledge that for you, and see that you're changing your views and you're shifting your views and you're open. You also shared with us something that, I can't even fathom, as you learned about things slowly and were, again, processing and taking this in, and you handed over evidence to police. Here you go. Here's this, here's this hard drive. Take whatever you want. You let them into your home. Police is what I mean.
They brought our dogs in.
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
let her finish your thought.
Okay.
No, go ahead. You can interrupt anytime. This is for us to listen to you.
Well, what's interesting, like I said, that Wednesday back in February, while I'm waiting to talk to the police, I'm not even sure they're even going to talk to me. The opening conversation was, were you aware that Stephan was in Northport? What exit do you live off of? Do you know that Stephan was in Northport? I go, what? You're serious? I just drove the middle of the night, tucked him into a hotel room. I went to bed, and within an hour,
tucked him into bed. Yeah, this is a 37-year-old man, not a fucking 9-year-old. Excuse my French.
He's out of there. He actually runs to St. Cloud, then he goes to Northport.
Yeah, he played you.
You're kidding me. Of course, I learned hours later when Jen
he played you like he had done his whole entire life.
called me and go, do you know where Stephan is? I go, no. What do you mean, where's Stephan? He isn't with you? I asked him, I said, hey, look, there's a desktop computer at home. Maybe you guys should come get it. He said, okay, we'll make arrangements to do that. Only to find out that the hard drive was removed from it. I know it was there Sunday morning when he left, because I told the police that after I found that out. So he purposely removed that hard drive. Why? Well, again, as I explained to the police, very forthcoming, that Saturday evening, he was having some sort of anxiety panic attack, and I've never, ever seen this expression on his face. Never. And something he had some sort of information and had no idea what it was, but he was really panicked. And then to find out that this hard drive was removed. So, we're cleaning out his room a few weeks later, come across this USB drive, 2 of them, as a matter of fact. I put one in both of them computer, one had nothing, just like the evidence shows. The other one, I just hovered my mouse over the fields, didn't see any image, because again, you can't unsee what you see.
It's just file names,
File names, and just from the description, I said, this is not good. And I texted the detective and told him that I had some evidence to turn over to him. It took them 3 weeks to come collect it. Matter of fact, I had to remind them I had this and that it was sitting here waiting for them to come collect. And then to learn later in July, when I had a conversation with them before this information was dumped out, that there were 35,000 images on that USB drive. And I couldn't believe it. It's unbelievable. I mean,
The real $1 million question, what did Maddie tell him that Saturday that had him so upset and so freaked out, especially to the extent of he took the hard drive out of the computer and tried to get rid of it? Is that why they're saying it's premeditated?
He had to get access to a data dump of some sort, but it's just unbelievable. And why did he have possession of something like that? But every time we found evidence, I immediately notified the police. I mean,
we didn't want it in the house. It was toxic.
Yeah, didn't want it in the house, but at the same time,
Ma'am, I don't want you in the house. You're toxic. Sorry.
We didn't want any appearances of being complicit and trying to cover anything up. We were, at this point, we weren't interested, and we wanted the truth out there.
You want the truth out there and him to be held accountability, yet you're holding everybody else accountable except for him. And the way he says that is kind of sus. I understand what you guys are referencing now. That's kind of sus.
Yeah, I remember you sharing that, discovering those, that 30 over, I just can't even imagine how many images, and learning, right, that Stephan had this in his possession. And I can only imagine.
I didn't even know I don't know how big that drive was, but I didn't imagine that you could hold 35,000 images on it, Well, I guess they can hold gigabytes of stuff, so I guess they can, but it's just hard to believe it.
I feel sorry for the person who went through it and looked at every single image.
And the detective.
But those images were put on there by your son. Why don't you feel sorry for the child that was abused by your son? No, we don't feel sorry for her. We're going to say she did this shit to herself.
That detectives did. Yeah.
I mean, how do they unsee that stuff? How do they even? I feel like I need to give prayers for them. They really, that had to have been so hard. So hard. And people who said that he should have thrown Maddie in a lake and let the alligators eat her, or, throw her in the woods and let bears eat her, or whatever. I don't think.
That's not what people said. People speculate that that's what Jen referenced, is where that comes from.
I think that he did that. I think he was careful in placing her where she would be found quickly.
Face down in the dirt.
I think somewhere deep down inside, he did not want her out there very long.
I went to bed, and Debbie went to bed that Monday night when.
Yet she's placed face down in the dirt in the prone position. And he's traveling down there every single night with that cream in his book bag. No, I don't think there was anything wanting her to be found quickly about that shit at all. I think it was disgusting.
The supposed disappearance happened, and Stephan describing trafficking, what have you. I went to bed thinking the worst, that she's in a shipping container, crammed full of other kids, and going to be deprived of food and water and access to the bathroom for days on and what have you. That was the impression I was left with Monday evening, and then
I'll get him.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Yep.
and carry it over into Tuesday, and even later into that night, and not discovering until much later that it was all made up and that there was something more serious involved. I mean, really ticked me off.
Not only that, but it caused us high anxiety, which we don't need in our condition. And that was what I was doing out there screaming at God. Why?
Your son caused you high anxiety that you don't need in that position. Your son did that. Your son did that when he murdered your grandchild, your step-grandchild, and after he had abused her for over half her life.
Why would you do this? I am a Christian. I don't know that I'm a great Christian, but I am a Christian and I do love people. I just don't understand them all the time. But I do have empathy for them, and I do, even these people who have sent me some ugly things. I know it's probably hard for anybody to believe that I would actually say prayers to these people, but I think something triggered them, maybe something in their background, in their life that was similar. And I feel so bad for them that they see these things and then they relive it. I can't imagine it. I know what it feels like to feel helpless.
Do you feel that, so setting aside Jen's responsibility, that's still unknown, right? We can speculate, as you said, we're speculating, we don't know. Do you feel, though, that Stephan manipulated Jen?
I think they manipulated each other.
Again, can't even say the words. I think he did manipulate her. I think they manipulated each other. Again, cannot hold just Stephan accountable. You know that he manipulated her. And so you've got to say it in as they manipulated each other, which is probably true. But again, you can't hold your son responsible. You got to pass it off on the two instead of just the one.
Yes. Yeah.
They manipulated. She was.
Based on his actions, that Monday morning.
So now Deb starts talking about Jen. She was, and then doesn't get to finish her statement because Chris is going to talk about Stephan and hold him a little bit accountable. She wasn't. Deb was going to just talk about Jen and her responsibility in all this.
He certainly knew how to manipulate her. I mean, going in to collect the dog, making sure she didn't come out of the bedroom. He's got Maddie up hours ahead of school. School didn't start till 9:38. He's got her up at 7.
Right.
And he's going out the door at 7:30. What's he going to do for 2 hours? I mean, when you see this timeline of stuff, and he goes, "Oh my God!" But again, taking the steps necessary to preserve, his privacy or his actions.
All Deb can do is stare at him. She's angry.
And going in and collecting the dog, taking the dog out. And, hey, Jen, you go back to bed. Oh, okay, thanks, appreciate it. Definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was underhanded, sneaky. I mean,
Yeah.
Lauren, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad.
So she did just say he was being sneaky, and it appears that she's going to talk about him. Let's see if she actually makes him take accountability, at least in the public eye, because I still haven't seen her do that. We know she's not going to in private.
And that it was an accident. Would he have really gone that far?
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her, and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so
don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but
it's what he told you.
Yeah. It's just
lips are moving. Don't know if it's the truth.
Right. It's just
I think she's having a hard time right now coming to the realization that that can't be true. If that was true, why didn't he call 911? Why did he drive around with her all freaking morning in the car? So she's repeating what he said, what his defense is going to be, and she's got her hand over her mouth. She shook her head no in disagreement with what just came out of her mouth. And they're saying we don't know if it's the truth or not because they know it's not the truth, yet they don't make him hold accountability on the jail calls at all whatsoever. I'm going to back that up about a minute. Watch her again, how she shakes her head no because she doesn't believe it.
His privacy or his actions and going in and collecting the dog, taking the dog out. And, hey, Jen, do you go back to bed? Oh, okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Definitely wanted to keep her where she was at.
It was underhanded.
Yeah.
Sneaky. I mean, Lauren, if it's, I pray to God that it was an accident, that he got mad and that it was an accident. Because he had really gone that far.
Sure.
Because he did tell us that he put her, she went to bed, and that when he went out to walk around and blow off some steam, he came back and to check on her and she was cold. He said he discovered her. Okay, so.
Don't know if that's the truth.
Yeah, don't know if that's the truth. Don't know if anything's the truth, but.
It's what he told you.
Yeah.
Did you see her shake her head no? It was real quick, but right there at the end, she shook her head no. Don't know if it's the truth. They present it as a question, even though they know it's a fact.
It's just
lips are moving. Don't know if it's the truth.
Right. It's just what he's relaying.
Yeah.
And I'm sure you do a lot right now to protect and process what happened. I guess. Do you have anything else, John, to say when it comes to this, or
you and I, we've talked about this on previous shows, but I can come up with plenty of scenarios where it seems like a very logical explanation to say it's an accident. At least as much as saying it's premeditated. So I don't think it's clear cut. I mean, Stephan knows.
Stephan knows.
Yeah,
Stephan knows. We don't.
Whether or not he's telling us, we don't know.
Yeah, whether he'll.
She shook her head. Yeah. Stephan knows, and therefore Mommy knows. Mommy Bear knows because Stephan wouldn't lie to his Mommy Bear.
Never tell us the truth. Who knows, right? But I presume if somebody's going to find out, it would be you two,
right?
Yeah.
So, but
I don't think he wants to put himself in a bad light with us. I think he wants to preserve some sort of image of himself as being culpable, but not completely culpable.
Yeah, there's just no way for him.
So if you know that and you're saying that here and now with us, why can't you say that to him? Why can't you say, son, I know that you did this. Son, you have to at least take accountability for the CSAM when he's blaming Maddie and say that he come back and she was cold and he doesn't know if she did that to herself or if somebody gave her drugs and overdosed her. Why aren't you saying these things then? Because it's in private where nobody can hear you and this is public and you're trying to make yourself look good for the public persona?
Communicate with us without everybody knowing. You can't have face-to-face meetings. Everything's either text with the tablet or a phone call, and it's all monitored. So we'll never know.
But
go ahead.
Even when they are recording you, they still write things in their reports that are wrong. Can I assure you that I was never taken out of this house and not taken to an emergency room by the police?
Oh.
Where's the bill? Where was the bracelet? I never left my house. I'm a diabetic. I hadn't been eating for almost 24 hours.
Okay. Right.
I had a dizzy spell. They did bring in an EMT, check my blood pressure. It was a little low. They asked if I wanted to be transported anywhere, and I said no.
I mean, I don't remember seeing that she got transferred by the hospital, but okay, let's talk about ourselves.
Fine. I just need to. That's not in the report. They said they transferred. They even gave the name of a hospital they supposedly took me to, which I've never heard of before. So I don't know how that happens unless they confuse two different actions that night and put me in one place and with somebody else. I don't know.
Well, the two of you are going through the unfathomable. Like, honest, I don't think anybody, I can't comprehend it while you're learning that a little girl that you love is missing and then learning that your son is responsible. You two are also dealing with a lot of, I mean, I'll call it this, harassment and threats. While you're just trying to process your lives falling completely apart, or what you thought was your reality completely being turned upside down.
Yeah, without being prompted, any chance she can take to play the victim.
Can you talk a little bit about that too? Because I just feel like in this true crime community, the way we cover crime is important, and we so often dehumanize the people we're discussing.
All right, I've already been way past my time. It's 5:30. I'm not going to listen to how we shouldn't dehumanize them, especially after that jail phone call. I do want to say before I leave this live that I do appreciate Hidden True Crime. They are pinned at the top of the comment section. I would like to remind everybody that at this point in time, nobody had these jail calls, and Hidden True Crime, Lauren and Dr. John had no idea that this is what they were saying to them behind the scenes. Please do not go over there, because I don't blame them for any of this. I blame Deb and her sick, toxic relationship with her son, because something is fucking wrong there. And the blaming of Maddie, saying that she possibly did this to herself, is what is upsetting me. Why isn't Jen in jail? I mean, I can get down with that because I question that myself. Saying that blaming Jen for sending Maddie upstairs to bed with Stephan is an issue for me, because while yes, Jen needs to be blamed for that, so does Stephan. And you're not holding him accountable for a damn thing. And I'm not going to ever blame a parent for supporting their child in jail when that child has nobody else to support them. But at the same time, you can't blame everybody else in the whole entire damn world for what Stephan did. You can't. You need to make him take accountability. So that's where I'm at with this. I appreciate you all being here today, and I appreciate the support so very much. Thank you all for that. You guys are amazing. I really appreciate y'all being here. I love the time we spend together every day. I mean, I could keep going for forever with y'all. It's been 4 hours and it's felt like about 20 minutes. So I really appreciate that. I will say it again. This is the best chat on YouTube. I love that we're all able to talk and where nobody's fighting and everybody's stating their thoughts and opinions and speculations, and everybody's getting along and everybody gets to talk and hang out. I really love that. Thank you, the classic one. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Stay safe. Try to do something positive. Please know that you are special, you are important, and you are loved. And I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye.